Rapa! Here we are.
I can try.
Yeah.
One of the big things I can remember is that we resurrected Deadmouth, who is a dude and a wizard.
Yeah.
Wizard dude.
um,
My phone, I have his name somewhere.
somewhere. Donesh?
Yeah, Danesh Mirza.
Yeah. And he can do runes. He's a runesmith. He's from Kelishite.
Mm-hmm.
And is he's a Serenite. Yeah. Did you say he was a cleric, or just that he knew famous cleric? We know famous clerics, but he's a wizard.
He's a wizard. He's from the same realm one of the world's most famous clerics is from. He actually himself is a devout of Nethys.
Yeah, and although he did mention that he had a talk with, I think, Saren Ray on his way back to his body, or something like that.
The ritual was achieved well. He is invigorated by his resurrection.
Yeah, and then so we kind of talked to him a little bit about like what's going on with these different what are they called? These different guilds. How they're, there's this. I don't know if we told him that there was a stolen artifact or just to keep his ears out about it or something. But we have all these like places to investigate. There's a missing artifact. We needed to talk to.
Ah, yes, the artifact. There we go. Yeah, jingling those cobwebs off. Holy crap! Big artifact. Big artifact. In fact.
Rude.
Yeah, like the anti-magic something.
No, the orb of dragonkind, gold.
Oh yeah, there's that. Well, the artifact that's missing is that they stole.
Oh, an anti-magic room. Yes, they stole an anti-magic room.
Yeah.
You are correct.
And then we're looking like with the evil people. What's the name? The triad. They're looking for a shard of a gold dragon orb.
Yeah.
And his group, Donesh's group, was looking for this shard before they died.
Woo. Yeah. Big revelations were dropped in our lap.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much on the money. Danesh and his group were looking for the Orb of Gold Dragonkin. And he knows a bit about it. You guys know it's not particularly a well-received artifact. It dominates gold dragons. And
some of them pay for that.
Pay gold.
Yeah. Wielding it, he and you guys will earn you the ire of every gold dragon on the planet, as they will all immediately become aware that you have it and you have used it.
What if we wielded it as a blunt weapon?
It might still be angry.
Hey, I suggested we find pieces and we give it to a gold dragon.
I mean, they still might kill us on the principle of us knowing it exists. It's kind of like if we had literally the object that represents, I don't know, being a sapient two-legged creature, and that the possessor of it, gets just to have a say. I think instinctually anyone that's cursed knowledge to have.
On the note of cursed knowledge, you guys had surmised when he had commented on the various places he knew one existed, and the Mwangi was one of such places, and you recall your the acquaintance you've made briefly. The red dragon has a large shard of gold sticking out of his body. Cryon, I think his name is.
Sounds
pretty close.
Oh, you Crayola.
That bitch Crayola. Oh, I have it here somewhere.
Yeah, he's in book 2 because that's where you guys meet him. Book 2 just has a lot of information.
So it does. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hyrion. Oh, you guys, each book actually goes into all the culture and all of like the world, the people, the native residents of every zone you guys have gone to.
I'm such a fan.
Yeah.
Now the question is, does Belmazog know the nature of this, or was she just completely ignorant?
You guys don't know. But you do know there was a very, very, very troubled relationship with the two when you guys parted. Belmazog, however, is becoming a different person, so that'll be, if you guys run to carry on, that'll be a whole thing.
I mean,
Oh,
at this point, there's no way we aren't, one way or the other.
Suddenly, the importance of this dragon went from, oh, it's a dragon, to, oh.
Oh.
You might be wearing something that, yeah.
We need to find that dragon.
You guys know he was raised by Belmazog, who he regards as his mother, but raised was mostly in chains, and then he spent several years being tortured. So yeah, he's off doing his own thing. I think that he just wants to kind of like see the world. Though you know that despite the horrific nature of his upbringing, if purely by spite, he has defied his innate nature, not wanting to be the kind of monsters he was surrounded with.
Fight. The greatest motivator.
Basically,
It really is.
You can't live your life full of living on spite. The hell I can't.
I know the cartoon. It's very funny. What's it called? Aside that, you guys know that each of the regents here have a task for you. You guys have lightly basically investigated a few of them. The only one that doesn't seem to is the gambling reagent, who you guys have also acquired, is generally her whole district is looked down upon and generally blamed for everything that goes wrong in the city.
As gambling is.
Let's see.
Alright then, so we do know primary quest, overarching, find the anti-magic ring as the priority overarching one, but one that's, as we have no leads, we should start doing other quests and look for leads.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually, this isn't hard to do. Starting hero points has been posted in Discord. I also updated the note.
Wait.
no.
So I just realized how amazing this is as the first adventure path for PF2. Like, it's pretty much sampler pack
It is very sad
with a through story.
The Gatewalker one we're doing is very similar in a lot of levels, very different in a lot of levels, but has similar vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, I will say you guys are at the start of your day. Devesh has gone to basically work for the spell, the Guild of Spells, to earn his keep and begin putting himself back together, as he doesn't really have anything, and will be spending his downtime recreating his spell book. He says once he's able to help you back in the before time, he was an abjuration specialist, and while magic has changed quite a bit, he still should be able to find spells that will be helpful for your guys' tasks.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So, you guys have a number. You guys know a couple of the region's tasks they want, including the artifact. I think. Whoa. One of the regents had mentioned like wanting to go investigate like a lake or something, and I believe the spell one had mentioned wanting to go investigate the portal. It was also suggested you guys stay together, just in case.
Mhm.
The suspicious nature and the fact that, as you guys realize, there's a lot of mistrust between the regents, and likely something is going on, but nothing has been definitive on who or what is involved.
Mhm.
Small town dwarven politics. Yay!
Small town, big pro. In Little Tokyo.
Mhm. All right. Well, shoot. Okay, then I'd say we know. First off, we want to find the anti-magic room. Since we're already proximity-wise with our friend, the Regent of Magic, maybe we should find out what they would like us to attend to them.
I remember Udme had gleaned a cryptic clue about the issue, but you guys hadn't done too much overall investigating on it yet.
Yeah, we kind of have mostly just been gathering requests.
Mhm.
Of course.
We pretty much just have the one request at the moment, right?
We have a few actually.
Okay.
The Guild of Spells wanted you guys to escort him to the Aridara, and he wanted to investigate it. The like Guild of Arms or whatever had an issue at like a lake or something. He wanted you guys, or water source or something. He wanted you to investigate.
Ooh,
Basically, come back to him whenever you guys had time and you wanted to focus on that.
okay.
And then the Guild of Coin, you know that there was the Magic Rune had been stolen.
Yerp.
Alrighty. Well, taking a quick moment to try to find what the other clans might want us to do would be good. Other than that, I'd say let's escorting the region to the Aradara would be, pretty straightforward, pretty easy task to do.
Overall, yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's the only one we actually know where the destination of is so far.
Yeah, that one is like a check if we want to just knock that one out. But yeah, pretty much my brain says we either should help them out and just do that since we know what to do, or we find out what the others want.
I mean, the Ayudara one should be relatively easy. I doubt anything's moved into the area within this last time period.
Yeah,
It might be a day.
Everything moved
Yeah,
in.
realistically.
if they have, or us. The biggest thing that likely could have moved in there was a purple worm. Worst case
I
scenario,
had a brother.
We already
Yeah.
handled that.
It's just a colony of worms.
Oh no, more
worst case
venom.
scenario, you far more venom. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some more money.
So yeah, we got this.
I am Worm Jr. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Oh no, it's a
Ah,
six-fingered
yes.
worm. Or with
Oh, no.
six-fingered man.
This one has 2 heads. It has twice as much venom.
And a life insurance policy.
Mhm.
I think
Man.
didn't Dennis? She said he could craft runes for us too.
Yeah.
So I think we were looking at something similar to something to protect us or something.
Well, we just gotta, pay him and
We
wait for
just have
time.
to have the money.
Yeah, good
I'd-
luck. I actually looked at my
Yes,
rules I
dude.
want. Yes, but I'm not paying like 2k gold for it.
He
Very
has to
soon.
like go through go to the magic people and go through their stuff and try and copy stuff into the journal I gave him. Gotta start over.
Yep. He has his hands full, but
Yeah.
he could definitely. He did say he does know runecraft and whatnot, and as long as you guys can fund the material costs, he can make it happen.
I definitely am going to be soon doing the financial investment to striking. It's it's getting to that point where I'm like, I need that.
Fair.
Just get it. Or screw the accuracy, go for the better striking, because striking is the higher striking values upgrade the deadly property as well, so my crits get more dangerous.
Great, going into the crit build is
on top
scary
of
for
being
sure.
more I just want to see him go pop. Okay, well, I'd say let's go find Regent of Magic and Aradara them.
Well, did we want to check in with all the other guilds first?
I mean,
Or-
that would be efficient just for the sake of overlapping tasks, so might save us a journey.
I thought that there was a reason that we didn't want to like go that hand with it, but it definitely does seem like an option.
I just think especially if they're we just got to bear in mind that they're suspicious, and we don't want to split up as we're asking them for all this stuff. And what's it called? We said so far, crackpot conspiracy number 1, the unfriendly regent is actually working with the Scarlet Triad. It has a secret base under it, supplying the boars that were used by the slavers earlier.
Fair.
That is currently Grit's crackpot theory until I cannot find any more clues to back it up.
Which region though?
I
I was like, they're all regions.
No, there's one of them that refuses to work with us. He says, yeah, you guys are good. You don't need to. I didn't want you guys here anyway. He could just be a very suspicious dwarf. Likely is. But then again,
he doesn't like me, so he's.
And then again, he also could just be a villain. And one of the more friendly ones is actually going to like welcome us in, and they're all cool. And actually, they're under him.
Maybe his request was just to see if we'd step away after he told us to.
I mean, he more specifically said, "I won't need your help. It's good." Wasn't that one though the cousin of? Not
No, he wasn't
George.
one of the cousins.
No. Oh no, the Regent of Arms is the cousin, right?
It was the Regent of Clothing, and I want to say the Regent of Medicine.
Okay.
Yeah, Adorned Stosk Dalginger and High Physic Natri Dalginger.
Oh yeah.
Refinery and the Physics Guild.
Oh yeah, they're related that way. No, I mean one of them is related to our craftsman over in
that one he is knowledgeable of Jorsk.
Oh,
he
knowledgeable of Jorsk.
The suspicious one was actually the one that Flynn impressed in the very beginning, and he is the leader of the Stonemasons Guild in Kovlar, and is knowledgeable of the stonemasons in what's it called? Breach Hill.
Okay.
While you guys are doing things, if you guys ever wish to ask around and try to learn more about the regents, it is an option you could do.
Something to consider for like some of those that are less savory for sure. So let's go address the magic guy, the
Archmage
Romgar.
Romgar, yeah. Naruven. Alright, he's been pretty warm with you guys ever since you arrived, and is easy enough to find.
And he's a magic addict.
He loves magic.
He's a blood elf.
Sure enough, he is what's it called? Actually in the library speaking with Donish as they go through tombs and whatnot. Donish already has a number of tombs piled up and is seems to be working on something with a inkwell as him and what's it called? Hromgar speak.
Hail, Archmage Hromgar. I hope we are not intruding.
Oh, not at all. Simply helping a fellow wizard get back on his feet as he does some scroll scribing and other tasks that he's capable of that some of my lesser apprentices are certainly not.
Well, I'm glad to hear that things are going as per usual, you providing information to another. However, we are here to offer up our assistance in that request that you mentioned to me.
Ah, very good. I am excited. I know it is probably a length of a way through Sagarok. Do you guys have means of passage to get there without you troubling Sagarok's denizens?
Other than traveling quietly.
And we can recall the path that was shown us to some degree. But maybe we should seek out the assistance of... What was her name again? Lady Ryota? No, I'm thinking wrong person.
Pargel, long braid.
Yes, that's right.
If you guys feel confident navigating, I know Sagarok can be treacherous and the wrong move or whatnot or the like can be perilous.
Mm-hmm. If nothing else, we have distraction protocol. I go in the direction and make a big distraction. I can always disappear when I need to disappear.
You are capable adventurers. I will trust your judgment. Let me get my things together and I am ready when you are.
Alrighty.
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As well.
Mm-hmm. Should we get Lady Longblade, you think, or
The only concern with not having a long braid is making sure we find our original destination again.
Mm-hmm.
Also, have we slept since the end of the ritual?
No.
Yeah, I think this is the same night because it took 24 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour cast.
I believe
Yeah,
you guys
so-
went to the Gambler's Hall and slept one night. There was the whole.
That was the night before they did the ritual, though.
Yeah, we are at the magic place the rest of the day, the next day.
Then you guys have been awake for at least 24 hours.
Yep.
Okay. Alright,
Some of you.
So we had all these
for 24
conversations.
hours.
But Moira is
Yeah.
trying to put on a brave face, but she is clearly just waving on her feet. Just
okay.
1,000-yard stare.
How about we plan for the morrow in the morning? And we'll make sure that we have now have it arranged and we'll be ready to go in the morning.
It would then suit us that we seek out Longbraid and hire her expertise. Might as well, just for the safety.
Agreed.
She is the scout that ushered your guys' arrival, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
You would want to catch her early anyway, as the scouts oftentimes head out of the city pretty early. She's likely not within the walls at the moment anyway.
Perfect.
Well, thank you for the information, Archmage.
Then I will go back to speaking with this fine gentleman and having a skilled wizard who can produce me teleportation scrolls.
Euron will look at him and just like rest his hand on his shoulder. Good luck. And then his eyes would flick between him and the Archmage.
He looks up to you and he kind of has a slightly defeated look. You know, it's a lot of writing and occasional hand cramps, but writing scrolls isn't the worst way to get a living, especially when your proprietor has lengthy demands.
Yes, that's the concern. Of course. Well, I hope that you can handle it.
Those observant to Grit's antics have noticed he has edged himself quite close to the work areas and seems to be eyeballing the notes.
What's it called? Looking over his books, you could see he has one book and it seems to only have one spell on it, which he is replicating onto scroll sheets.
Fear not the mage who has cast 1,000 spells one time.
I have an absolute master at prestidigitation.
When I pick up 5th level spells, do not be surprised if I somehow know how to cast this spell.
Cool. So yeah, well, do we want to, since we're kind of off an entire day, do you want to actually just find some of these requests then, or seek out more of these requests?
Probably a good idea. Grit's admittedly probably also sleepy. Grit and Lorelei and Moira are all actually probably pretty tired. They were consumed by the full extent of the ritual. And Flynn as well, because he was assisting.
I was gonna say
Flynn is Flynn.
I'm stupid.
Flynn is probably fine.
I'm still good to go right now.
One day? I can go 1 month.
Yeah. But the rest of us mortals.
24 hours. That's basically already a rest for me.
He just warmed up, you know.
So, yeah, if you guys wish to find other things, there's any number of things you can do. You were in a town. To actually add in, the town is actually fairly sizable as you guys have moved around it. There are several thousand dwarves in this town, though you have seen almost nothing besides dwarves. On a rare occasion, you might notice a human or a halfling, but it is nigh completely dwarven populace.
Like, we are the very obvious sore thumb.
Oh, actually, while we're at magic area, I would like to purchase a scroll. Potentially it's a player core 2 new spell.
Ooh.
So you know how I like abusing Tailwind?
Yeah.
So Tailwind is wonderful because it has a BS duration. The other spell I would like to use though, because it has a much less BS duration and a much more tactical use. Where is it? Or is it the second level spell? It gives you plus 30 movement speed for 1 minute.
Damn.
It's combat haste. Instead of 10 minutes at 8 hours at plus 10.
Hmm.
And then the good spells.
Do you know what the name of the spell is?
I'm pulling it up right now. I just I had it saved and now it's like gone. I don't know
Great,
why.
go fast.
Is there anything anyone else would like to get done while they're here or during the day? Any direction towards which region you want to go to?
Mostly, I would say be like shopping.
Fleet Step is what the spell is called.
What is it called?
Fleet Step. Fleetstep. Is a level 1 spell.
Oh.
Yeah, level 1 spell that gives you movement speed?
Duration, level 1 minute, you gain a plus 30 status bonus to your speed.
Oh god.
Yup.
Cool.
Some combats I want to be fast.
And that upscales to level, or at level 8. Understandable.
No. It's a level 1. It doesn't upscale at all. It's just a powerful level 1 spell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought you said the duration got increased upscaled.
No. Tailwind is the other spell. So Tailwind has a duration of 10 minutes as a level 1 spell and gives you plus 10 status bonus speed. And if you upcast it to a level 2 spell, it lasts 8 hours, which is what Grit has cast on them all the time.
Gotcha.
Grit is abnormally fast because he is a wizard and he's hacking the system.
Good low-level utility spells have been good as long as I have played tabletop games.
Yup.
Right? Yeah. He, what's it called, goes through an area of which he keeps scrolls. Everything is actually pretty well organized. He doesn't have a lot past like 3rd or 4th level. Well, he does have a lot in the 3rd, but 1st level spells are plentiful. And he withdraws. Oh, well, looks through and he's like, I have one of those left. They're popular amongst my kin, especially due to our stature. I will barter it off to you for 4 gold, if that's acceptable, Mr. Goblin.
Aye, absolutely. I will remove 4 gold and pick up a scroll of Fleet Step.
Excellent. And that is something I can have some of my younger apprentices practice on. Mastering scroll crafting is essential for any good wizard. Is there anything else?
That would be it. For me, that was the high excitement one. Don't get me wrong. I'm certain I'll want plenty more magic down the line, but for now, that is the one that I know will get me my goals.
All right. I'm gonna go round up my apprentices and get a few more of those getting made. Have a good day, and I will be here tomorrow morning when you are all ready to head out.
Beautiful.
All right. So what are you guys off to?
I
We'll
would
pick up some objectives and then we'll take some sleep.
What was that, Ruben? Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh god, you were saying? Key.
Oh, I just said maybe we might be dead on our feet, but as long as we don't think we're going to get ambushed. Yeah. Even if we are, we're still, we're not so far from health that we can't fight ourselves out of a corner. We pick up the other objectives from the other regions and then get ourselves some rest for the night.
Yeah, I'll let you guys pick up the objectives. I'm going to just do what I normally do. Just do some fortune telling. Use my spells. Do it for free. But while I'm doing it, I'm going to try to actually pry about information about the town and the regions. Slightly. Since I'm doing a free service, maybe people have loose tongues.
It's like shining people's shoes.
No.
No, like shining people's shoes. You shine their shoes, all the rich people's shoes, and get information about their dealings and stuff.
Yep, that's only if they get the cool shoe shine, though.
Yeah, cool.
Where are you going to do this activity?
Outside where we're going to spend the night.
So in the Gamblers District?
Yep.
Okay.
Because if we're not gonna split up, might as well stay where we're gonna, actually not leave the area. Yeah.
All right. Hmm. Let's see. And you said you want to get what kind of information? And you said you were gonna do it kind of like subtly.
Just anything about the town, about the regions, anything that I can that would be basically valuable information.
All right. And you're gonna do that like just normally, like just like charmingly, or like you said something so subtlety, or did I mishear you?
Both.
All right.
All of the above.
Give me a perception check, a perform check, whatever you use for your magic trick stuff. A deception check, and a diplomacy check. All right. Da 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 da. All right. So through your time, as you all move and you branch off to where you guys are resting, you set up right in front of the, what was it, like the Whistling Ear had a funny name.
Oh, yeah, why not write that down?
It's been several weeks, so a lot of this stuff's a little older in my memory too.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it had a traditional fantasy style name.
yeah. The adjective noun.
Was it the toss or something tossing or like? I think it was literally had to do with like it was very funny because it had to do with like her throwing her out, like the dude out. But maybe I'm misremembering.
Tossed dwarf.
The tossed dwarf. Derogatory.
Nice.
No, that they're actually dwarves, and they get tossed out.
No, the concept of tossing a dwarf. You're not wrong with your physical observation of them. Or physiological observation, rather.
So Gimli was in the wrong when he told Aragorn to toss him.
Don't tell the oath. No.
No. He did that because he trusted Aragorn, or said that because he trusted Aragorn, but he would never ask somebody to do that.
So in the morning before I prepare my spells, I'm going to learn my scroll. Because it literally takes me 5 minutes per spell level to learn a spell. So it'll take 5 minutes to learn the spell, and then I'll prepare it.
Nice. Keep that in mind for when you rest.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, you guys are in front. As you're there, you were over the course of your time waiting, are able to earn. How long is? I know you guys said you were already pretty tired. How long are you guys gonna be wandering around and before you guys actually decide to go sleep? Just until you get all the tasks, or?
I mean, I think that would be the case, yeah, just get an idea of everybody. That's as most will do.
Yeah.
I'll let you know how much you make eventually then. But while you were there, before the party returns from their tasks, let's see here. I will handle this way. 10, Um,
There's a lot of shadow dice coming out.
Got too much damage to do it.
all right. So as you're doing your tricks and you're talking people up and you're being subtle, you learn about a number of the regents from the individuals who are from their guilds or work with their guilds, etc. Let's see. Aldronor Tora Gardes from the Carpenters Guild. You learn is prone to curiosity as a whole. And she's actually made it known to her guild that there is some kind of trouble happening in the city. But again, nothing's been confirmed or really, there's been no real evidence, but due to her curious nature, she has suspected that there's something afoot. That being said, she tends to also dislike bland people and enjoys creative or people with lots of imagination. Woldy Iron Temper, the one in charge of the guild you were in. Let's see. You would learn actually has several branches of her family that live on the surface, and she actually, almost like a good tavern keeper, prides herself on being up on current events, but she is particularly put off by anyone who is rude, disrespectful, or boorish in personality, and has very little tolerance for such things. Let's see. Sentinel Fraston Stoneburn of the Guild of Faith, who you guys haven't dealt with, is one of several dwarves who is very wary of outsiders and is actually generally against the idea of pulling outsiders in to, deputize them as essentially armed strangers and having them try to solve their problems. But aside that, he's mostly, besides just straight up not liking outsiders, he has a strong disdain for anyone who is who noticeably worships chaotic or evil deities, or wears their paraphernalia, symbols and such. Let's see. Stotsk Dolgener, the leader of the Guild of Finery, is realistically all about appearances and fashion, as it were. When you've learned a bit about him, you gather that he almost completely judges people based on the quality of their clothing and the amount of finery and adorations they have on themselves. And oftentimes will just not even associate with people who have like poor clothing or too simple of outfits on. And then throughout the bit, you do learn a bit about Kolarun Cheselrock, who is the guild of stonemasons. He is also someone who dislikes outsider intervention on things and is a very, very traditional dwarf, as dwarves are known to be. He likes maintaining the old ways and thinks anything that it takes a lot to get him to change any policies. When you're speaking to one of the dwarves who know a bit about him, they comment on how any large change, large decision, he is one of the hardest ones to get sway from how they do things. Yeah. However, beyond that, you would notice with your perception check more than once a pair of armed dwarves from the Warriors Guild patrol past the gate, eyeing you wearingly, but never entering the Gamblers Guild to address you personally, but just very apparently keeping an eye on you. So yeah, there you go. Rest of the party. Which guild do you go to first?
Well, probably not Finery at the moment. And maybe not stonemasons either just yet.
I'll go with whoever's going to the ones that like crafting and nature. I did offer that if those in agriculture needed help, to let me know.
I think we're going, I mean, unless we decided otherwise, I think we need to stick together, right?
Yeah, well, let's go by proximity then, and we can see.
Yeah. Do we have a map available to us?
No, it's no specific map.
Then, if there is no specific map, who is comprising this entire little questioning escapade or entourage?
I think it was everyone but Unmei.
All right.
Hey. Do we have
Yeah.
Shashik or is Shashik stabled?
I don't think they had an issue with Shashik. I think they were pretty
Okay.
open about him,
Yeah.
and
think
also.
Our companions are just wandering with us.
Mm-hmm. But we can hit up the Anvilers Guild, or we can actually go for. Probably actually might be better to go for one like the Carpenters Guild might be a good option since we have some information about them, and potentially we can use them to get information about the other good regions.
Either of those
Versus
would probably
Destiny.
help Moira wake up a little bit.
You'll constantly hear the knocking of like hammers on wood. It'll completely rattle your brain.
Let's
Yeah.
go find the coffee guild.
The Coffee Guild.
Yeah.
That's my kind of guild.
I feel like the standing, like the lull of the standing, will just like put us all to sleep.
The Coffee Guild is right across from the Coffee Guild. Don't worry about it.
There's 3 coffee guilds right next to each other.
All the same company.
Well, guild.
All the same company, but prices have really gone up since they all started competing against each other.
Not how this works. It's not how any of this works.
They're a franchise.
Where are you guys going?
I would say Carpenters Guild then.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, oh, actually, wait, this information we don't have yet because it's technically.
You guys do not have this stuff that Rume just said, no.
Yeah. So we wouldn't actually have that kind of justification. I think about it. So probably, maybe the Guild of Faith, so we can gauge, what people think about life. perhaps? That's the only thought I have.
The universe and everything?
The universe and everything.
2.
So, I mean, unless anybody else has any ideas.
No, I think. I mean,
Your mic's gotten a little muffled, Key.
sorry about that. Better.
Yeah.
E.
Yeah, it sounded like you were like nibbling on it.
Oh, I'm not like.
Alright. Is that what you guys are doing? Everyone's pretty quiet.
Yeah, I would say faith then. If nobody has any other ideas, it'd be at least a good way for us to get a bit better idea of like life here and maybe the things that people care about.
Alright.
E.
Let's see. Then yeah, you guys head to the Guild of Faith. Arriving in, there are various temples to dwarven gods. In particular, there is a very large one that you guys would recognize as the temple the three dwarves who lived in like the Dead Range worshipped. I think it was like Magnum.
Oh, yeah, the emo dwarves.
The
Yeah,
supernatural dwarves.
But there are many dwarven temples here. And the most predominant, more than any, is the Great Temple of Torag, who is known as the leader of the Dwarven Pantheon. That's common knowledge. But you see many temples. So yeah, you do not notice the sentinel immediately upon walking into the guilds. Just a bunch of temples.
That's
What
a
are you
good
guys
thing
doing?
none of us are mutants.
Perhaps we should learn about their gods.
Uh,
I'm always a fan.
It would be rude of us to not at least enlighten ourselves before approaching someone of such a devout magnitude.
can I religion check to see what I would know about their gods already? Or
Yeah.
Moira, the better verse.
could have rolled better, but Moira's tired, so it makes sense.
You know all common information on the entire Dwarven Pantheon. You were a master of religion.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Low roll, high modifier, high skill level training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
What Moira would definitely give.
Mhm.
Yeah, Moira would definitely give the gang a rundown on what she knows beforehand.
The gods aren't too dissimilar from the human pantheon, usually having some strong like edict about it. You know, a lot of the Dwarven Pantheon are related in some way or another. Though the origin of their relation is in mystery. They are all brother, sister, daughter, son, or cousin or uncle of each other.
Giggity.
Hey.
Grit attempts to assist Moira on this with his own fact checking.
We learned that one of the dwarves is actually an elf.
Look, it's Pathfinder. It's possible.
They're just keeping it all in the family.
Good way to turn a family tree into a family shrub.
Well, as long as it's not a family wreath, we're okay.
It's a tumbleweed.
In the interest of continuing to pursue being a wizard instead of next level going master in athletics, I'm gonna go expert in crafting and learn magical shorthand, so I can actually craft scrolls. Technically, that opens up everything else as well, but scrolls.
Like, yeah, there's fringe
he's gonna be a
benefits.
super
but
strong.
scrolls.
Oh, my level 15 abilities, I can activate any scroll using Arcana, and I'm also going to be a legendary in Arcana at that stage.
Damn.
So having scrolls on hand is kind of a big deal for me.
I think that just immediately expands spells per day for you.
It does that, but it also means I can cast from any tradition. So if we pick up spare scrolls of heal and such, I would have pocket heals.
Hmm.
It's not really. There's a couple things on the primal and divine template that I like. It's the 7th level scroll, execute. Fort Saver takes 70 damage.
Oh.
Every time you upcast it, it goes up by another 10 damage. So essentially becomes power word kill as a 10th level spell.
Damn.
Fort Saver 100 damage. Even if you if you fail it, you still take but even if you pass it, I think you still take half.
So you're only safe on a crit?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's fucking scary.
Grit to make sure he lets you know that as you're telling it, like the truth, the deep truth. He only lets Moira know. He doesn't want this heresy being out too much. But the scholarly information is that honestly, all this inbreeding is likely why the dwarves are so short.
Moira pauses and doesn't pass that along. It's like, I don't know if that's true or not, but that feels like not a good thing to just say in a town full of dwarves, especially when we're in front of their temple.
Grit nods at you knowingly, knowing that you keep this valuable information close but valued.
Goodness.
To the casual onlooker, a moment of worry passes Moira's face.
Alright. Well, so you have all your basic information. And today, specifically, I got you want to know anything about? Feel free to ask Moira. Aside that, yeah, you guys are in front of the many dwarven temples. What are you doing?
I mean, honestly, this would probably wake Moira up too. Because Master in Religion, there's no way this isn't one of Moira's special interests.
Well, I say we go for the tallest of the short gods, and we go for Torag.
It seems the best place to start more than any.
And if you think I'm not checking in with every one of these before we leave, you're crazy. Knowledge!
I mean, is there anybody on the temple grounds?
You guys would notice like there's occasionally dwarves moving between the buildings or in and out. No one that is remarkable. Go ahead.
I was just ask one of them.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna go ask where we can find our person.
Okay.
All right. He would give you a nod. Oh, Sentinel Stoutborn will either be in the Temple of Morag or the Temple of Magrim. He tends between those two most commonly. The hammering in the Torag Temple, I think, wears on him after a while.
Well, thank you very much.
Of course. Good luck, adventurers. And he gives
team
you
adventure.
a nod and then heads out. You would notice that he actually carries like smithing tools on him, besides wearing mostly like clerical-like outfits, but still is also lightly armored.
How do we go? 50-50.
Morag or Mogrim?
Torag or Magrim.
Torag or Magrim? Okay.
Torag's the big temple in here, but as Flynn has a turn, he sometimes hangs out in Magrim Temple and thinks it's because he doesn't like the hammering in the Torag Temple.
Moira, where does your saintly intuition tell you we should go between these?
But Moira rolls a d4.
Yeah.
It
Evens
points
are
at
odd.
Torag and says that way.
What? Oh, sorry, I missed which way you're saying you're going?
Moira pretty much just mentally flips a coin, then points at Torag and says, that way. Sure.
Torag is one of the closest ones to get to because it's in the center of the guild, and you guys have just walked in. Though there are like the Magrim one, the Thrud Temple, and the Coles Temple are all almost equally in close proximity. So you walk to the Torag Temple. The doors are large and appear heavy, but they are closed.
Is it the route to knock, or do the hammers seem to accompany knocking well?
As you approach it, you guys can actually hear the banging of hammers inside.
I'm pretty sure it's for the protection of everyone else.
Grit is going to make an educated guess. This place is a forge. They maybe keep the door closed to keep the heat in.
And keep the sound down.
Yeah.
Also, Moira is so subtly hearing ding 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 ding, matching the cadence of the hammer falls. You realize Grit just making dinging noises in your head as well.
Keeping the
Grit's
sound
just
down.
mentally stimming.
Yep.
Keeping the sound down. That seems like a far-fetched idea. So are you guys opening the door? Are you guys going in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we knock, they're not going to hear it.
Yeah.
So.
As you open the door, the sound was definitely an issue, as you were hit with a venerable, like, cacophony of wind chimes as various hammers and are striking metal. Still, God knows what these fucking dwarves are doing. This place is awful.
Moira is definitely awake now.
I definitely feel like all the people who are here, even when they get home, they talk with a gap in their sentences.
No, they just talk really loud because they're deaf when going home.
They could do both.
In addition, as the door opens, you guys are hit with a noticeable wave of warmth that flows out of there. The temple, walking in, there is a large centralized forge that runs up the middle of the temple. Extremely hot flames are met with a rows of crafting tables on either side. dwarves pound out armor, weapons, trinkets, tools, and other household style accessories. A great holy symbol of Torn and a large metallic statue of the god resides in the back of the room. Let's see. The area in here, well, everyone make fortitude checks as you guys enter in.
Oh,
Obviously, Yunmei is not here.
The teeny elf when he
This is for the heat?
Yeah.
It is actually, it's for a mixture of the sound and the heat.
Oh no,
I should,
I'm
be
not.
good. I should be good with the heat. Just
Does she get a bonus to her save then?
Yeah.
there we are.
I'm also definitely going to be using a point because I am not failing a fortitude check with dwarves around.
Go ahead and make a hero point. Grit, you have also did not pass. If you wish to use a
Are you?
point, you're welcome to.
I will likely. I just want to check one thing real quick.
You're
I grabbed
also
Shashik.
rolling Shashik.
Yeah, I rolled to shoot there, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it would have been a 1 anyway.
Yeah.
So it'd still have been.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fucking Flynn. Alright. So. Oh.
Sorry.
No worries.
Take my real.
Alright. So Jiran, between the warmth of the room and the oh, okay, cool. The loud banging of the hammers, it is hard to think straight, and you are effectively dazed while within the chamber. Many dwarves you do notice actually wear hearing protection, large muffs they keep on their ears, almost like snow muffs, though they are likely uncomfortable due to the warmth of the chamber.
Yeah, Grit is immediately trying to fish out something he can stuff in his ears. If he cannot find some spare muffs lying around, he might be. Yeah, he won't be sticky fingered. He's carving his bar of soap into earplugs.
Some of the tables that do have dwarves working on it do appear to have spare earmuffs.
I walk up to the table, wave at a dwarf, point at the earmuff, point at me. Shrug.
Make a diplomacy check.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. All right. He would let out a chuckle. You'd almost take it as condescending, but the dwarves wearing the same earmuffs. So, actually, with that, he would wait. He would basically visually get the attention of a couple dwarves, actually flicking some piece of unfinished metal scrap at one, and point to your guys' group, and tap the muffs as a group of earmuffs are provided to the lot of you.
Yeah.
How lovely.
They are uncomfortable due to the warmth, but you no longer fear your skull like clanging with every hammer hit. The only person who has seemed, actually, no, Moira and Flynn are the two people who actually are just completely unfazed by this room whatsoever. Only able to shrug off both the warmth and the clanging through just insane fortitude.
I do also have a ring of resistance to fire, so that helps.
Awesome.
Or it's just like, it's not the sun, but it's still a nice dry heat.
Grit's He's okay with the heat. The heat's not the problem. His giant bad ears are the problem.
Oh yeah.
He's currently cramming his ears into the earmuffs as effectively as he can.
My age must be getting to me. This is more intense than I anticipated.
The room feels essentially like having a headache all the time.
Yup.
Oh no.
But
Morrow's just used to a little goblin talking in her head constantly.
Thanks,
It's
Grant.
louder than any anvil.
you merely come to this temple. I was born to it, molded by
By
it.
it.
All right. Well, yeah, you guys would see the dwarves here are, like I said, making all sorts of stuff. Weapons and armor are actually a abnormality here, as most of the things being made seem to be things for the houses and cities, nails, horseshoes, like supports, and then various others. You do notice simply making like icons of worship, even things like holy symbols and chains, both for like something you'd wear and large chains for hoisting up large objects. You do not see the regent you had met in here, though you do see a sort of more elaborate unmanned crafting table at the front of the room. What you do?
I try and ask one of the dwarves where the regent is.
Make a diplomacy check. As you speak, you notice you are horrifically interrupted with clang, 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 clang. It is like every time you open your mouth, a hammer strikes at that exact moment where you try to say, "Do you know where the regent is?" The party hears clang, 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 clang.
The sheriff is up.
As it seems like the dwarf literally just doesn't hear you, or doesn't notice you're talking to him by unfortunate circumstance.
Grit, do you have any paper?
Grit goes through and yeah, you know what? He's got at least if nothing else, spare pages in the spell book. He goes over and pulls out an empty page. Here you go.
What Moira will. Okay, can I also borrow a crayon?
Oh yeah.
I know you got writing implements.
he just lends you a spell book. Use the back pages.
Yeah, Moira will just write out. Can you point us to the regent, please?
He looks and he points at the elaborate crafting station that you guys had noticed prior.
Moira quickly writes out underneath it, "Thank you."
He gives it a nod and goes back.
But Moira will mimic the pointing again to the rest of the party in case they missed it.
Grit's following you, and you realize that right now there's just kind of a gentle hum coming from Grit. Like he's doing what he can to keep the din out.
Of course, Moira returns your stuff.
Between wincing, Duran's just holding his hand out to try to like touch Flynn's back as they walk.
All right. Well, as you get up to the large crafting area, can any of you read Dwarven?
Nope.
Nope.
There is a large note that is written in Dwarven that is placed on the workshop.
Out to lunch.
Gone fishing. We find
Going
him,
to
he's
see a
just
man
playing
about
Go
a
Fish.
horse.
Just bring it to one of the other dwarves. What's this say?
Is that what you're doing, Jerron?
No, Gerard's holding his head.
All right, what are you guys doing?
You don't know
Sorry,
Dwarven,
I
do
was
you?
AFK. I'm just gonna grab it and bring it to one of the dwarves. That was my original idea.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Said it, and I'm like, hey, there we go. Someone said it. That wasn't even.
All right, going to the largest temple, the first, what's it called? Workshop. He looks at you kind of puzzled and then kind of seems to give a look and starts speaking. You can all make a perception check.
No.
Skills. Perception. That could be better.
Let's see. How good is good at reading?
Nah, it's not. That's too bad. All right. All right. It is hard to hear fucking anything in this place, but Moira, Giron, and Lorelei are able to make out that he says, "Oh, you can't read Dwarven." It says he's doing his rounds at the temple. He usually goes in a circle, clockwise. He's usually to the right and around. Didn't leave too long ago.
Cool. I'll go put
Thank
the note
you.
We should try to catch him off the opposite direction.
If he didn't leave too long ago, it shouldn't be too hard to catch up to him.
We meet him in the middle.
back. That's what I was thinking. Just go straight to the middle and then start going the opposite direction. of him. That way, eventually, we'd meet up with him.
I like to think this conversation is done with advanced sign language.
Well, I'm
As you guys
presumably
will-
left.
Yeah. What's it called? You guys leave the earmuffs and you go leave.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
We'll put him on the visitor table.
All right. And yeah, there is an area where they can be hung up that you guys noticed there wasn't any when you first walked in.
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody
Getting
did
out,
put them
just
back.
taking a bit. Well, going to the kind of middle temple and working your way in. It is in the Temple of Grundinar that you guys actually encounter the Regent.
Alright, Moira, this is all you.
Oh, okay. No pressure.
You know about religion. He's a religious guy, so.
Okay,
There.
we know how to do this. Fanciest dress. We gotta slank her. We gotta make sure he knows she's important.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. I'll stand on.
I'm not important though.
Oh yeah, right. Little son.
As you guys enter, he makes no move to approach you, looking at you with scrutiny and doubt.
I
And
follow
judgment,
Moira's
Moira.
pace.
But Moira would approach and bow.
Get waved happily as they approach.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what proper protocol is.
sign of respect is due, and you've done your best. Welcome to the temples.
They're really,
Andrew,
really, really nice.
We are the well, Arkan is the greatest craftsman to walk the surface or otherwise.
Do they walk the surface?
Some of them. You're aware that there are dwarves who live on the surface and do work. One's working on your guys' keep.
Lies.
He says, so what brings you all here, outsiders?
Oh, God. Bro, please cooperate. Excuse me.
He at this point,
It's all that forge smoke.
yeah.
Oh, my throat was just like... ah.
buddy.
Well, we, wanted to know more about your lives here, like, what's important to you, how things function. Also, curious if there's, anything we can do to possibly help.
Make a diplomacy check.
Let's see.
Well, any in Kovlar can enlighten you to the ways of dwarven kind and their lifestyle. My time is best spent otherwise. However, there is something, as you have been deputized by the regents, I could use your assistance in. And he would lead you guys into a larger room in the back of this temple. It is best we not disrupt those who come for worship or prayer.
Of course.
Oopsie.
There is a large room. It almost looks like a room for eating. It's, large stone table, stone chairs. Not too long ago, we came aware of a man who disappeared named Zamak, and the circumstances of a disappearance are unusual.
Unusual in what way?
Last week, Zamak and his wife Olga, a married couple, arrived here in Kovlar from a dwarven land known as Larand. They rented a room in one of the most expensive establishments called Gold Sky Inn. And after a very public argument about their wealth, Zamek himself stormed out of the inn to seek separate lodging at a much less expensive hotel called Sleep Like a Stone, a more common friendly hotel. And when his wife went to look for him, he had vanished without a trace. She has since made claims of the unusualness of this, and he has not been seen again since then.
Is this guy a dwarf?
Yes. Both him and his wife are dwarves.
And she is still within the settlement?
Yeah, sorry. To knowledge, she is still in the Gold Sky Inn.
Was there anything odd about their arrival?
Nothing of note, no. And dwarven couples arguing isn't an uncommon sight. I imagine no less so than humans or the other surface dwellers.
Humans never fight.
We're all pacifists.
Moira nods. Rent room, one of the most expensive locations. Publicly fight. He leaves. It's his own lodgings.
Any inclination as to
seen
why
again.
they were here?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, our best choice is to go talk to her wife.
How long ago was this?
It was brought to our attention maybe a week or so ago.
Oh, he's been gone a while.
Let me see, hold on. Da-da-da. Yeah. They've been gone a week, basically. They arrived the first day they were here, they had the argument, and the next day she realized she couldn't find out where he was. Oh, they actually have.
You know if he just said he was going there? Or was there actually, like, he signed in?
I am personally unsure. I haven't had the resources to really investigate it.
There?
It is also outside of, besides doing what we can to help those put out, it is not in our realm to, like, dig into matters like this. We alerted the guards, but that is the
We'll
best
come
we were
up
able.
to bed for their investigation, but of course we'll perform one of our own.
Yeah. Also, I've been like kind of DMing the map. There actually is a map of Kovar apparently.
Oh,
Oh, fuck it.
Nice.
Cool sauce.
The coolest beans and sauce.
are the beans refried?
They can
So-
be.
They were fried right the first time.
We did make a vegetarian chili with 3 different beans. They were awesome.
Go to a Mexican restaurant, and when they give you the refried beans, can you refry these?
I like them refried.
Yeah, I want refried beans.
Oh no, not Riri's.
Hey, the map.
Oh, hey. With legend.
Yeah.
Cold War Way. Earth, fire, evidence.
This is like an entirely reclaimed part of the city, right?
Yeah, you guys entered in through the north. The north is the rest of Sagarok and all that.
Okay, so like we're pretty much at the entrance.
Underground lake.
Let's see. Since you guys are with the temples, you would be generally in the commerce area. The gambling district where Unmei is would actually be down in the travelers' quarters.
Makes sense.
Let me triple check that. The information is kind of spread through the book. I had missed the map because it's on the back side of the front cover. Like
Yeah,
Oh.
cover itself.
You have to check like, the appendices tab to.
It's
Yeah,
it's
do it.
an unfolding part of the book's spine.
Right.
You have to take off the cover. Like the
It's actually part of a pop-up book.
it's a build your own map.
There is details on the city. I actually think this near the back of the book. All the campaign use stuff, all the custom monster stuff. Look at the bats. Hello, bats. The unique items. Yeah, it's on page 71. We get the details of it. Cool. I can just make those adjustments going forward. Neat.
Actually,
The
like
Winds of Fortune. That's okay. Yeah, that's the place that what's it called? Unmei's outside of.
E.
So he would comment both the Gold Sky Inn and Sleep Like a Stone are also in the travelers' quarters. But and yeah, speaking with the wife would be a good direction. Unfortunately, we ourselves haven't found anything out of note. Though others outside who roam that area might know more.
Okay.
Mm.
This is where I go, damn, I should have rolled an investigator.
And Words of Class, I'd never play it.
I mean, I'm still tempted to multi-class into it.
You get
Just
2
roll an
sneak attacks then?
investigator. It's just Columbo.
No, one more thing.
Oh, well, one more thing.
God, I mean, Columbo's easily one of my top, like, yeah, no, just like all-time best, just best fiction.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. All right, but I think I'd be down to. We can definitely investigate her, especially when we have to go down to the travelers' quarters. That's finding missing people is something we're like helping people is what we do. So finding
Yeah.
her and finding him, we'll get it. We got this. But
Or
yeah,
thanks
so-
to Grit, he could have just stormed off into the city proper, right?
And yeah, I mean, he could definitely have just decided to disappear and say, you know what? Screw this. I'm gonna find a new marriage, blackjack and hookers. But we also could have a Scarlet Triad here, so who knows?
Yeah.
The guy was reasonable. He's worth ransoming. He might know something. We don't know what he does. He might be important.
Made a public display of having money, so that's Never a good
If
thing.
nothing, yeah. If nothing else, he does sound like an easy mark.
Before you go, you should know that he is not the only disappearance we've had recently.
Now that Grid definitely looks over and cocks an eye at.
Moira is visibly concerned.
I don't know the details, but apparently the Guild of Finery is also investigating some kind of missing person.
Grit nods and notes. Do you know when rumors of these disappearances started? Or is it more of a recent thing?
It was a week ago for Zamak. They, his wife had come to the temples briefly to ask for our help and pray, but there was little we can do. It is unlikely they left the city without anyone noticing, but I couldn't say for sure.
Well, all right. We know where to start, and we'll make sure. If there's a bigger issue to these disappearances, trust us. We're good at finding that.
Excellent. Hopefully, it's just a angry husband drinking and whatevering his sorrows away. But a week is a long time to be missing.
We will find him.
Hopefully alive and well.
We can fix dead.
Ain't true.
If he's got money, we can fix dead.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
We just gotta find him. So yeah, let's hope for the best. We're gonna make this good.
Positive thinking.
I mean, hey, we fixed undead.
Yep. Man was made dead, undead, dead, alive. He has had a very confusing life path.
Very roller coaster of the last 6 months. Ish.
All right. Well, yeah, Grit definitely squares up. Squares up by like, stands up straight and looks professional and nods to our regent of religion. You can trust us.
Very good. That was the council's decision. I hope you can aid in our missing visitor. It's bad if people come to visit the city and immediately disappear.
Yeah. And that's not good for anybody.
Not good for anyone.
Great things about it. Generally speaking, so you have your Lakeside district. Are there many other cities down here, or other trade routes you hit?
We're the only aspect of Sagarok that's carved out. The closest place other than this is High Helm, and that's a long walk south.
Okay. I'm just very fascinated with this whole giant. This is a new place for me. I grew up under a sky. Feel oddly at home though.
There is a comfort in living within the mountain.
Mhm. All right. Well, he kind of looks and nods to the others. Ready when you all are. Unless you have questions, more questions.
No, the only question I have is why is my head not exploded yet?
Oh yeah, your temple is impressive. It is loud. It is painfully loud.
Such is the way of Torag. It is quite loud. It is good to split my attention between the various temples, and there are many clergy who look to me for guidance.
I feel like the following of Torag would require me to remove my ears and fill them with hot lead. It would be preferable to being in there.
Torag has very few amongst elves or other similarly adorned races.
Grit flicks his ears appreciatively.
I think it is why elven gods are so soft-spoken and soft-natured.
Yeah, I'm used to noise, but I can also hear a dog whistle.
I'm happy you appreciate the temple.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's anything else I could do, let me know.
Thank you. Hopefully, we will have some time where we are not doing our usual thing, and I can actually take the time to learn more about your pantheon.
I would be happy to share it. It is nice to see outsiders who have taste and respect for the proper dwarven culture.
Moira thinks to Grit, I could do without the smugness, but...
You hear the equivalent of a shrug come at you from Grit, reminding you that we pretty much exclusively use dwarven craftsmanship, other than Fattleby.
Yeah. I mean, look, our only other choice is somebody that possibly fucks demons, or more likely, was in a bad relationship with Basandi.
I mean, tomato. Oh, but wouldn't that make him a devil? The real questions. Were we friends with devils all along?
I mean, have you ever had a really bad breakup?
No.
But apparently the town shouldn't exist either, so I don't fucking know.
He goes back to what he's doing. You guys are free to continue as you will.
But Moira and Grit just continue the banter in their heads as they walk out.
I like to think there's a constant stream of gesticulation. Clearly we are talking, though the words are being cast, even if sound is not. Yeah.
Grit is still just waving hands wildly.
Oh yeah, Grit definitely gesticulates as he talks. If Grit allows you to see him, if Grit allows you to see him, you can. You don't need to know sign language to make a pretty decent guess at what he's talking about.
And it's Grit, so everyone's just gonna be like, "The hell are you doing?" Ah, whatever.
Yeah. He was a weirdly loud, quiet little man.
But look at that fashion.
Oh yeah. Good threads. Alrighty, well that's awesome. So cool. We got to see the artistry of our religious temple district. The temple district was built where again? In Commerce or the Earthfire?
The temples are mostly in commerce.
Commerce. Wonderful. Hmm.
Wait,
All right.
sorry. My bad. They actually are in Earthfire.
Earthfire. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably like that curved building around there.
Well, the big one I'm assuming is the Temple of Torag.
Yeah.
Well, he said the Temple of Torag's in the. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that would have. I mean, it's the biggest.
The ones around it are like the other gods, but the Temple of Torag is the big center place of what's it called? The temple.
Yeah.
The temple district. Actually,
There we
I'm not sure if it would be that like auditorium-looking thing, or if it's that giant round thing with all lights coming out. But it's one of those two buildings, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's hammer-shaped.
Hammer shaped.
Is it that long one with the smoke coming out? Which one of these is hammer?
I'm gonna guess it must be that big auditorium one, and the hammer is, on top, so you don't see it.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
Why night? Okay, thank you.
But dwarves would also actually construct it to look like a hammer. Because it's dwarves.
Well, there
Yeah,
is one. There is one that looks like it's got like blue bands over the top of it. That looks like it could be like suggestive of a hammer shape.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's the auditorium one. The reason why is I'm just gonna assume it's a giant Teen Titan hammer.
Okay.
Teen Titan.
That's fair, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alrighty. So, after the Earthfire District, were there other regions in this area that we thought of, or do we think that maybe we should head on either through Commerce or towards Lakeside, or the Barricade, since we're on this side of town? That would prevent less double backing if we hit the Barricade, if there's any regions in that area.
Did we want to like go to the front and then work our way back in to then go to sleep? Because where are we sleeping?
You're sleeping down in the traveler's quarters.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if there's a region at the Barricade, we probably want to go up. That way we're finishing up with this side of the town and then move our way towards Lakeside and then back down towards Commerce and then Traveler's Quarters.
And then like the farm area.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Grant wants to check out those boars.
You know it.
I don't blame you.
I also scream mushrooms. There's got to be mushrooms. All the mushrooms.
But that,
I just want to
that is
see. I want to see the
100% mushroom
farms.
farm.
You would doubt that any regent would reside up at the Barricade. They're likely all in the middle of the town. Though in the area you're in, and the Commerce and Earthfire area, you know that the Forge Master is likely up here. The Carpenter is likely up here. And you guys actually would know where to find them at. So they're in those areas.
All right, then.
Masons would likely be up here.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah, our crafters. Let's go talk to our crafter friends. Which
Anviler, Carpenter, or Stonemason.
Stonemason?
Alright.
They're the ones that like us the least.
Man, it's good to get them out of the way and win them over.
Stonemason it is.
right. Heading to the Stonemasons Guild.
I got
It
4 hero points burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah.
Also, Code, is the effects of that like head trauma?
Oh yeah, it goes away when you're out.
Sweet.
So you are no longer dazed.
It's permanent.
Oh no, permanent hearing damage. Nah, you didn't. No one rolled a 1.
Got 10 permanent united. No.
You will always hear clang, clang, clang.
What? Clang, clang, clang.
And you got. Sorry.
No worries.
E.
Stonemason.
As you guys make it to the Stonemasons Guild, what's it called? Walking in, you were almost immediately met with Kolarun Chiselrock, who moves to the doorway to greet you upon arrival. Outsiders, you guys need something?
We come to offer our services to your guild and the community of Kovlar.
Plenty of problems in Kovlar, but me and my people were able to take care of ours. No outstanding issues here.
Can I be like making what's it called? Like insight, just like studying him and his demeanor, and
Yeah.
also trying to see behind him since he's came up to block our way real quick.
Yeah, it is a small task to see past him. He is a dwarf.
I can't see past him.
And kind of gauge as Grit talks to him what his demeanor's like.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. He comes off as guarded, actively weary towards you, and a bit condescending. Nothing about this guy is friendly or trusting.
And does he seem like he's hiding something? Like there are problems, and but he's not going to tell us.
No. When he actually says that all of the issues that they deal with, that they take care of, he seems fine. In fact, you notice the probably biggest problem he acknowledges is you guys. But you don't pick up that he's hiding any other issues from you guys. Just that he actively sees you guys as a problem.
So by walking away, we're solving his problem. This is
Bam.
the easiest one yet.
Da, 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 da.
If only I could talk in my brain.
Right.
Sorry, it's only 2 stones.
Yeah, it's impressive. It seems everyone else has problems. You have everything under control.
Make a diplomacy check.
Okay.
I don't expect this to go well.
No,
Oh
no,
my
no,
God.
I'm taking another one. Give me that other fate point. Fuck off.
All right.
One. I can't believe this bullshit. Here comes my 2, because it's going to go backwards now. Well, why not? You know what? Good
Roll
old 4. We love it. We love a good old 4.
420.
All right.
Elvin, roll 4. Lizard Man, roll 4 as well.
As he turns to speak to you, he doesn't even like fully lift his eyes to you, kind of just jetting at your like chest to stomach area, so not to crane his neck almost. Well, a lot of the other guilds have taken on new traditions and have been corrupted by surface thoughts. My people, we do handle things the old way, and as the old way is, dwarves are able to handle their problems. It's that simple.
Grit, actually, we'll nod at that one. All right. I actually respect that quite a bit.
Or thanks to Grit, counterpoint, Sagarok exists. So how well did the old ways work out there?
If you change your mind and feel like you'd like help concerning things not inside your place, because inside we invite an insider. You have some outsiders.
You actually, Jiran, you would notice the doors aren't even really accommodating for like full humans, and you have to almost like go to your knees to get even into this place.
I'm not gonna roll to try to get in because by God, I'll roll a 1.
You guys have already got in, but you notice that his guild is not accommodating to anyone over like 5'5".
Grit actually is quite appreciative of the low ceilings.
This place sucks. The actual roof is maybe about 6 feet, like exactly. The doorway is about 5'5".
So Lorelai's just right at the ceiling.
Yeah. It is clear this place is not made to accommodate outsiders.
Oh yeah.
Well, it seems there's also a lot of outside problems making their way in, so
Yeah.
to reiterate what Grit said, sometimes when it comes to those, outside problems need outside help. And if that's the case, we're here. She's trying her best at diplomacy. She wanted to say the similar thing to it. Like,
both make a diplomacy check.
Yay. Diplomacy. Yeah.
All right.
that's not bad for her.
Not bad for her. I didn't realize Jiran was actually trained in diplomacy.
I didn't.
Yep. I just usually don't use it because usually I'm using intimidation.
That makes
That's
sense.
awesome.
I'm happy you're trained in diplomacy. All right.
So I'd take suggestions if I should use one of my hero points for that.
That's a high-ish roll for you, so debatable.
Probably not. As a artisan player, I will say there will come a time where short of 20s, you will not be able to pass skill checks that you were untrained in.
Yep.
I'll say this: the general feat, untrained improvisation, is your best friend. Especially if you are a low skill class, low int character, lower int. It gives you the skill train. It gives you the untrained bonus, so you at least get to add your level to the check, where your level and your modifier, as opposed to just your mod.
Yeah.
So that one is massive for allowing you to just go, well, I'm not trained, but at least I can play the game, especially as your levels go on.
I'm sad. My investigator has that as a class feature, but I have all knowledge is trained, so it's worthless.
The Grit does not have that feat. I have everything trained, and every time I've gotten an int up, I've been training a new lore. I have 4 lores currently. So it's a problem that is very different depending on your class. If you're a rogue that decided a multi-class wizard, you have all the skill trainings. If you're not, you might want to pick up untrained improvisation.
As DM, I will say, generally speaking, the lowest DC you're going to find nowadays, from most I've seen, is 24 to 26, and they head into the mid-30s. for tasks done at your level.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a whole chart for this because I need to fucking use it when I do rituals.
Oh,
Level-based DC.
What was I like? Diplomacy is like a counter check, right?
Oh, well, it's a level based off the DC of the creature, which is generally speaking their level.
Yeah.
So, and it could be, and at that stage, the check could be different depending on if the modifier of unfriendly, therefore making a harder check.
What? Yeah, no,
So the check for this guy's level, and then it's a hard check, so the DC's harder at that level.
The DC for most diplomacy is oftentimes the creature's will save.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. So best way to find that is just looking at your own will. Oh, your will DC, which is
Well, yeah, but they'd have to be equal level to you to be the same like DC.
and have similar wisdoms and whatnot,
Yeah.
of course. But it gives you like a ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming most of these people are relatively low level, especially compared to us.
Go way low level. You guys are fucking paragons.
That's what I'm saying. So like, her diplomacy would still be good against people like this, typically.
Yeah.
It may not be because of the modifiers that they fucking hate us, but
I mean, this guy's a regent. This guy's a regent, so he's a leader. He's probably a very capable dwarf.
yeah.
This one's case is tough, but yeah.
I'm gonna say, he's not too bad against like basic civilians, but if you're going people at your level or leaders, that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm very important too in my.
You could strong arm somebody into do what you want.
There's always intimidate. But
And I just have my cat stand behind me as well. Start growling.
Here's the thing: if you're important where you are, and you rely on that you're important where you are, you might not have diplomacy trained. You're just kind of expected to listen to, which might not work to people who don't follow your order.
Or just like people who respect just like your title over who you are would maybe listen to it. Just be like, oh, well, they got a pedigree of some kind.
That's true.
what I generally do as a DM, especially having a lot of like Pathfinder and 3rd edition D&D background, is I tend to add modifiers that you guys are unaware of.
Situational modifiers.
Exactly. This equates to either a bonus to your check or a decrease in the DC. Same thing. Based on what it is. For instance, what's it called? When Flynn came in and basically showed off his athleticism and whatnot, it actually gave a reduction in the DC with this guy specifically. But there's also modifiers in the book. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This guy doesn't like people who are friendly.
Yeah.
Like, there's just like, there's
Which is
stuff
why I
like
tried.
that. Oh no, for sure.
It's why I tried intimidate when we were doing the thingy. The questions.
And that's why it was one of his stats. Diplomacy is not one of his stats. But like a lot of these things will say like, oh, if a PC acts this, like you the stuff Unmei had gotten when I was saying the things that I kind of went through each thing that the regents didn't like. It's because if you act that or show that or display that in any means, you get a negative to your roll when dealing with them. But when you do the things they like, you actually get a positive to your roll. Now, if the roll's a DC 30, how much a +2 or -2 is going to help you will vary. But it's 10% all the same. So 20% going from +2 to -2.
Only 10% if you can succeed.
Only if you could succeed. You're right.
Also, a notion like if you say had a long-term relationship with a character in town, you might not be trained in diplomacy, but for checks against that person, you might be considered trained because you have spent enough character time developing a relationship with that specific person. But that's a situational modifier.
Yep.
There was also a bonus dealing with this individual because he knows Rorsk. and is aware of you guys' existence because he is a stonemason who has connections with stonemasons in the nearby regions.
Yeah.
So Tuskhead is one he is very familiar with. In fact, it would not surprise you to learn, like, if you to find out materials and stuff came from High Helm, and these, maybe not Kovlar because it's not a huge exporter, but the stuff that gets sent in here might be the same supplier who supplied Breach Hill's Tuskhead. So.
Oh, yeah. Admittedly, actually, may Britt make a craft check to kind of really appraise the value of this place's construction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything in here is made perfectly. Not only is every angle and edge exactly on point, it is actually also kept immaculately clean. There is, looking around the room and easily doing so because it's more accommodating to you. Nothing is half done or half left messy. There is also very, very, very practical. You don't notice a lot done in the nature of like decoration, but mostly just done very practically, which you notice was very similar to how Roris handles your guys' keep work. Though, as skilled as Roris people are, this place is on another level.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So kind of do what I did this morning before we did our 24-hour ritual. When Lorelei wakes up and she communes and stuff, she had like communed with the deep, earth and the stone down here because it's all part of nature. So can she sort of, as they're kind of talking and he's being all standoffish, can she like lean down and like touch the stone?
Yep.
And try to connect with it again?
What's the ability again?
Oh, it's more of her like communing, like kind of like when what's the word?
Commune with nature?
Yeah, communing with nature and just connecting with the stone again. Just to see what she could feel. See if there's anything she could draw from it that could help her then connect with this guy.
So, you are aware that there is a ritual you could do to that nature, but without any special ability to get you special information, you can't gain any, like, useful information.
Okay.
But there is a ritual called Commune that does exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
Actually, there's a separate druidic order that does that. The stone order, instead of communing with plants or animals, gets the ability to commune with stone.
Makes sense.
So what you're saying is this world would also do really well with pet rocks.
It would, though it would be interesting to see because this is workstone. So, do druids able to commune with workstone, or is that now separate from the natural order?
I am not sure.
Philosophical questions for the druids and the clerics.
Also, like, story-wise, I'm just thinking about, since if we're getting close to, if we are gonna level soon-ish, I'm probably going to take the ancestry feat I can change my nature of my elven kind.
Mm-hmm.
So I could switch to an underground elf.
Counter elf.
So, like, when I'm in underground. So it's more like story-wise too, of her like connecting more with whichever environment she's in. So since she's been here a while, she's trying to do that down here.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Embrace the bat life.
You could definitely Lorelei definitely appreciates the nature of like the stone and whatnot. However, in her particular trainings and whatnot, while she has that unique connection to flames and animals, the stone doesn't speak to her the way she knows it does to other druids. But
the lava did.
well, you sense lava. Long story short, I tend to do flavor stuff with flavor stuff, but if you're looking for results, you're going to need some ability that does it. And one of the beauties of Pathfinder is damn near anything you're trying to do, there's probably an actual way to do it, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, on a slightly tangential loop that came up earlier in a different session. So, battle forms, it seems like there was only maybe 2 or 3 that would granted you the ability to cast spells, and when the spell was redone, that was left out of the spell, but the spell in question was like, say, Avatar. So the spell was as a level 20 cleric or level 19, you can cast the 10th level spell Avatar, turn into an avatar of your deity, and as a part of that spell, you could cast spells, was called out. Now, the community makes an argument that you can talk, you have the ability to manipulate somatic components, and that the base creatures in a lot of these spells can cast. Say a dragon can talk and a dragon can cast, even though the spell doesn't call that out. What another thing I saw though was as appropriate to the caster and the form might be something appropriate. So in Lorelei's case, formed druids might not normally be able to cast in a battle form, but maybe as a result of her being a fire dedication, spells with the fire caster might be available to her in form. If the form is a more allowed to it, like say an elemental. Just kind of throwing that out there as a thing, as since battle forms are kind of have weird mechanics on them and they seem kind of neglected, it might be worth exploring the notion of, especially themed casters, being able to do that.
I will look into it.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, my opinion on that.
Go ahead.
What is their accuracy while in the battle form? Is it based off their physical attributes?
It is either the spells or their own unarmed attack modifier, whichever is higher.
Okay, so they can use their spellcasting modifier.
Not for attack rolls, no.
No, it's not their spellcasting attack modifier. It's the spell's attack modifier, which is based on the spell entry itself, or your unarmed attack modifier, which is generally higher once you start casting it at higher levels.
Okay, so my issue with that and so it has the same problem that I had in first edition with casters taking on a battle form, is it is almost pointless to do that because your accuracy is just so low that
the
you're
people
better
who
off
actually
just preparing spells.
are monks and fighters and martial classes who know how to cast those form spells. Accurate. That is actually something Grit's going to exploit later on when he turns into a dragon, because I can be a sneak attacking dragon. And I'm going to make good use of that. But this is why I argue for empowering casters for battle forms, because currently battle forms sit in a weird flavor spot that is worthless.
Well, so that's why, in my opinion, if you're like, you should be able to still cast while in battle form, especially if you can speak and manipulate. You should just be able to cast generally whatever. I mean, if you transform yourself into a freaking slime, okay, maybe not. But, like, if you transform yourself into a dragon or an elemental, you should be able to just cast whatever spell you have in your repertoire, because at that point, by casting on yourself and not being able to cast as a full caster who has dedicated themselves to their mental stats, you are just nerfing yourself in the fight.
Yeah, and the other thing is, both times this has come up, one was Eric the Magus, and the other time was Lorelei as a druid. Both of them went for an elemental shape, and then suddenly kind of got into an ugly situation where they weren't able to access some of their core features for flavor. So I'm like, that feels weird. So yeah, I think battle forms, because they sit in a weird spot, Oftentimes, like when I cast it, I'm going to be nerfing my AC to have access to cool attacks that might deal less damage. It's really a flavor thing, but it's fun, so I'm gonna do it.
Someone like Grit, when he casts it, it benefits him in the physical aspect for being able to attack and getting all the extra attacks.
Yeah, me wearing those +1 striking hand wraps actually benefits me, the wizard caster who decided to go be a melee specialist. I actually decided to be a specialist, making battle forms better for me than it is for most wizards.
Yeah, so, but you see, on your end, you don't have as many castings as they do, so you're not going to be casting anyway. You'd be stabbing people either way, so.
Exactly. I'm using it for flavor stabs.
Can discuss it more out of game, but I am inclined to. I thank you for your input. Say if you have the ability to speak clearly, and you have the ability to make what's it called, like the somatic components, like so you're able to make the hand gestures and whatnot necessary. I wouldn't be opposed to them being able to cast, and I think that the somatic components should be appropriate. I know different spellcasters have different requirements of hand gestures.
Yeah.
A lot of divine casters, you literally just have to like make a really, really, really rough like somatic component. Like you can do it while carrying a shield, which is crazy.
You don't need a free hand anymore. So the somatic gesture is really just like, it leaves you open because you're clearly focusing or doing something or raising your sword as part of the spell or whatever it may be, you know? But there's a clean gesture involved.
I think as long as you can basically wiggle a limb and speak clearly, I'm okay with battle forms. The only exception obviously being the fighter form for wizards that specifically is like no magic while doing this.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that's a felony, too.
I looked
for it. I looked for it.
But, all right. Oh, but go. Fuck. Back to that initial diplomacy he made. Let's see. Koloran looks at you and says, we don't need much in the way of your guys' help here. However, once you're up and leaving Kovlar, if you need more stonemasons to get more of your work done, and you want to give us business, it need to be something of like note. I'm not sending my guys across, a country and a half for like a week of work, but you want to put some of Kovlar's finance to work outside the mountain and help you get stuff done, you can help me that way. We always appreciate more business.
Grit nods. I've definitely seen the work you can bring, and your craftsmanship will certainly be called upon. We work in good coin.
All right. Well, if you send postage or your adventures, you can probably send magic messages or teleport or whatever have you. Make sure it gets to my office. Let me know the details of what you want. I'll give you a quote. If we can exchange gold, we can exchange work. In fact, if you guys are able to procure expedient travel, I can cut you like a discount off the top for saving us, however much travel time.
Travel and safety, definitely. Grit extends his hand. Grit extends his hand while striking his a strong pose. I look forward to doing business in the future.
All right, you would shake your hand as well and give the group of you guys a nod. I look forward to working with you.
Grit nods and seeks to excuse himself. he's getting the beat that this guy likes strong behavior, so I'm just gonna self-assuredly leave. Like I am too cool to say anything else.
Damn. What a cool guy.
Grit just hears, "That's so cool."
Who's that guy? Where did he come from?
And then as he walks back into the guild, you'd even hear him shout, "There's a chance we'll have some big work coming over in Ishgard region in a few weeks. Make sure we're ready for long travel if it comes up." And he walks to the back room. You guys are free to do as you will.
Awesome. All right, Dalmatians. We've done what we can with them, and maybe we'll earn more trust. But I think we did good.
Yeah.
Let's carpenters.
The Carpenters. Yep. You guys head over to the Carpenters Guild, where they are processing, looks like the imported woods and whatnot. And the female dwarf, Tora Garnis, sees you guys and in a less aggressive manner. What's it called? Moves to agree to you guys. Adventurers, what brings you to the Carpenters Guild?
We are at the services of the regents, and we wish to make our presence here known, so we can, well, be at your disposal.
That's just what I want to hear. I actually have something I could use your help in, a outside set of eyes. And the walls that border the city of Sagarok. With all this stuff going on, it would be I don't know, they make me nervous. I would be curious if you guys wouldn't mind just, like, taking a time to actually patrol the walls, like, inside out, look for any sabotage, holes, tempering. You know, by the size of the walls and the nature of her task, this task will take a substantial amount of time.
Okay. I will apply my absolute best trap breaking methods for that. I will find every vulnerability, and we'll patch it.
All right. Oh, honestly, I don't even need you to patch it. If there's anything like that, what's it called? I'd rather see it as it is, and then have the guilds come together.
By patch it, I mean I will expose every vulnerability to you so you can fix it.
Excellent.
Is this task or this request by nature of just lacking or not wanting to use the time, or is it something that you just want a second eye upon?
It's kind of both. It takes my people a good couple days to do a full look over it, and they haven't seen anything that catches their eyes, but I just have that nagging feeling. Does that happen to surface dwellers? You just have this like itch you can't reach in your brain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Grit, as an instinct-driven creature, absolutely appreciates this notion.
All Duran's thinking of in his head is, I see. They want us to get the higher viewpoint on these walls.
yeah, that's reason.
All right, I know what to do. Is there any? So Grit leans in to say quietly, Do you suspect foul play from within?
I don't want to say I suspect foul play, but I suspect.
Grit nods.
Whatever's, I don't know. I had a lot of stuff going on, and it falls to my guild to oversee the walls, along with a lot of the other infrastructure here. And
No, we'll keep our investigation tight, thorough, but discreet.
good. The walls are reinforced with magic from the group that first built the city. You want to make sure you have craftsmen with you, and preferably someone who knows wizardry stuff.
Grit smiles wide. I'm suited for this.
Good. Let me know what you find.
Mm-hmm. All right. Grit, you can see is notably excited by the notion of this task. Actually, he's a magical trap breaker, which is just told to test a dwarven city's defenses. Nice. Oh man, I'm actually excited. Alrighty.
Can Jiran attempt some sort of sense motive to see if she is downplaying the importance of this in any way, or sorry, upplaying the importance of this in any way? Like, is she making this seem like a bigger scene than a thing that it is?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah, nice.
Oh my god, my average went up about like 5 numbers.
Hey.
Beats a 1.
You sense a strong sense of paranoia in her.
Everybody's coming together.
That you don't get the impression that she's downplaying or upplaying, but that she is at most looking for problems that may not be there.
Mm-hmm. Excellent, yeah.
If there's nothing else, I have a guild to manage. I wish you luck. Let me know what you find.
Absolutely.
You guys have unlocked the task, checks the wall, that takes a full day.
Awesome. We'll find an appropriate time to make sure that gets done. Manage us out. Who knows? Maybe the escort quest doesn't require all. Well,
Yeah.
probably does, but we'll see. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And yeah.
I think that's definitely one task we should have everyone. If we're leaving the city, definitely. Everyone
Oh yeah,
should
you know,
with us.
you're right. We're actually protecting a regent. We can't let anything happen. Full manpower for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys handle a couple liches, you'll be fine.
Yeah. No, yeah. No, that's definitely a full power task. Okay. Yeah. But you know,
riding,
but
a
otherwise,
lich riding a purple worm, casting from his back.
No.
the thing is, I'd be less surprised at running into it, and more surprised that they managed just to fit the giant lich onto the purple worm and then fit it into the cavern.
Well, the lich is malleable. He's actually a worm that walks, that rides a giant worm.
Hey, that's where in the world.
Yo, dog, I heard you like worms.
Uh-huh.
Except instead of an O, it had a Y.
Oh God, no!
Oh, this guy's
but
definitely
there
just
were-
an O.
Worms that walk, that rode black dragons.
Oh God.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It's actually
Yeah,
WARM, worms.
Yeah.
Worm.
Yeah, well, the notion of a worm that walks, except with worms, with the Y. Yeah,
Oh,
just
God.
a bunch of worms Voltroning into a super worm.
God.
Jesus.
It's actually a WEREM. It's a wereworm. A worm.
Oh, that'd suck. Be a wereworm.
A wereworm. Yep.
Oh no, it's full moon.
You kill everybody in town.
Oh no.
Because this is the difference. They don't change that. What's it called? Full moons. They just change whenever they exhale. Always a breath attack.
Oh God.
It could be a real problem.
Breath attack lycanthropy. If you can survive it, you still get contagious.
They only change when you rest in town.
Oh God. All right. So where are you guys off to next?
The last Mason Guild was what? Then to the anvil.
Well, when you get to the Ambulers Guild, there is actually a commotion.
Yeah.
You notice that there are marks of bad fruit thrown at the wall, and a number of dwarven residents who seem to be cursing it as 2 guards stand in the doorway of the guild.
Sorry, which guild was this again?
The Anviler.
So, Grit's going to approach one of the fruit bearers and going, "So, what are we throwing fruit at?"
These frauds. And then he looks at you, picks up like a rotted, like old mushroom, and lobs it at the wall, creating a dark brown and black smear.
Are there anybody or guild representatives outside the guild, or is everybody?
No, you do not see any guild members just outside the guild.
Say fraud. What do they sell you? Rusty armor?
They've been going against the proper dwarf way, skimping on materials and making flimsy things that break, wasting all of our coin.
Huh. All right.
He's grabbing. He's out of the box.
Oh. All right, now that can't fly, huh? All right, now we're gonna make sure that stops being a thing. Come on, guys.
Crit just rolls up his sleeves and marches towards the door.
Hey, yep.
Your torches.
Don't hit me with fruit as he walks by.
The guards in the doorway say all rioters and protesters must remain outside.
We are here at the Regent's request to fulfill some, a Regent's request.
Are you still hoarding the rotting fruit?
I am eating the rotting fruit.
Oh, yeah, I thought goblins. Yuck. Oh,
You
one
weirdly get
moment.
used to it.
One of the other guard looks in and speaks out into the building. A second later, what's it called? The guards say, "Welcome in." As they do, the dwarves want to shuffle in behind you, but they lift their the halberds they carry, which are all very, very well made, along with their, the rest of their armor, and basically looks for the last one of your group before crossing the axe heads of their halberd behind you, and shouting, "Protesters have to stay outside." They're here
Hold
for-
his hand up. Gentlemen, please. We'll make this right.
I'll snap their hand like their sword snap, but make it a diplomacy check, Grit. Oh no, Ruben disconnected.
Oh no.
No.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yep,
he's
my
back
game
in.
crashed. No,
Oh,
Oh, he's not. It says you're in. You're not on your character, but it says you're in.
no, my game just crashed. I'm joining again.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
All right. They all like mumble to each other and nod. All right. Well, I don't know. Bite that hag and get us our money back.
things will be made
Yeah,
right.
our money back. I want a refund. Yeah, refund. Refunds.
It looks like we can only get you store credit.
oh no!
Kill the lizard too.
Alright, the best I can do is 350.
Tree fitty.
Damn,
got a
long ass
package.
monster!
I got a pack of trident mint as well.
Yeah. But yes, Grit flips his cape over his shoulder importantly and strides head proud up inside.
Are you wearing the Barghest head during all this?
Nah, pimp hat.
Okay.
Gotta look real important. Biggest feather possible.
Yeah, I respect that.
Mm-hmm. Grit is actively trying to find a feather bigger than him for the hat. That is a goal.
We need to take Grit to the Crystal Tower.
Mm-hmm. All right. Once the doors are closed, Grit kind of goes, all right, just trying to calm down the mob. But yeah, let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Grit turns and pours to the guards. Please, lead the way, sir.
All right. Well, once you're in, inside, there is a number of, a handful of individuals all talking to Kelda Howrig, the female dwarf that you guys met in the Regent's hall. You remember hers was the question, how can metalwork make society better as a whole? You get the feeling that she took great pride in her work, but her ragged and tired demeanor makes her look like a whole different person here in her guild hall. Welcome, outsiders, adventurers. I'm sorry I can't give you a better greeting. It has been a rough week or so.
Grit nods. I'm gathering. How can we be of service?
Our Amblers Guild has been the most premier metalworky shop in Kovlar since its creation, and these claims are completely unfounded. But as you've noticed, there's a dozen or so, maybe more merchants now, all claiming we're giving them cheap throwaway goods that break after a little bit of use, and we have never produced such a shoddy product. But they all claim to have swords and axes and even picks that all break after a regular amount of use.
Could someone be switching your goods for counterfeits?
Tampering with your surplus?
I'd be hard pressed to see that. In fact, I have a bunch of weapons I can pull out. But handling stuff here, one of the people with her actually speaks up. If they're here, we should have them take us to the House of Oats. We can put our weapons out on display and we could show them the high quality weapons we make. The other one nodding. Wouldn't be the first time such a thing's happened in our history. If the outsiders would agree to arbitrate the situation, they already seem to be in good spirits with the merchants and whatever schemes they're up to. We could clear our name publicly. Caldo gives a nod and looks at you guys.
We'd be happy to help clear your name. And of course, investigate why these claims are being made in the first place. If I don't doubt your goods, so now I'm trying to find out who's trying to sabotage you.
Well, luckily, I don't need your faith to prove my products. She looks to her people, and they round up like a couple dozen weapons, armors, and equipments. Would you mind escorting us to the House of Oaths?
It looks to the others. I think I'm ready.
Yeah, the constant adrenaline is keeping me going.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Would it be beneficial for us to be brandishing your weapons of your make for the sake of posterity? Obviously not for keeps, just a measure of showcasing.
It would probably be wise not to brandish any weapons with how tense everyone is. I think people might start stabbing.
I assume it is a concern to not stab them first.
If you could just make sure the mob doesn't start attacking us, that would serve us, and then just stand in arbitration. You guys should be completely unbiased to everything. And you can look at all my gear, find there's nothing wrong with it, explain it to all them, and yeah, if they're being paid off to slander us or whatever these merchants are getting at, you can investigate from there.
If I may, and Grit does look to at least inspect any of the pieces at random.
Well, we should get to the House of Oath so we can have them all out. They're gonna want to see everything done openly, but you'll have plenty of time. I'll bring something of every kind we carry.
Grit nods. Okay.
She'd even bring like magnifying glasses and other equipment. And ask you guys to lead the point and hopefully clear the mob out so they don't get pelted by potatoes and mushrooms.
Okay. We're going to. All right. Let's go first. We're going to explain to the mob peaceful travel. We're going to go prove the veracity of these goods and make right the product is what we will tell them.
You'll see. You swing it maybe 100 times and the ends start breaking off, the handles snap. We can't sell these these dwarven weapons and dwarven arms to people only for them to make it halfway out the mountain before they're snapping half as easy as a human craft.
Well, we'll have Grit gestures over to Flynn. We'll have him swing it literally all day. He can, and it will. The only reason why it will break is because this man is stronger than actual steel.
Well, we just make a diplomacy check.
Okay.
I flex.
Dang. Make athletics check, Flynn.
Oh no, but they didn't buy their ticket to the gun show.
They're getting a free gun show.
They're getting a free gun show, yeah.
Should we have them?
I can use.
Go ahead.
That's acrobatic.
So generous.
Acrobatics. Oh well.
Oh damn! That is athletic. Damn, you athletic. You very athletic.
Oh yeah.
That makes sense. Make them bring their shitty shields so we can watch the swords break on the shields. They'll probably break too. And have that guy do it because he's that's a lot of muscle. That's a lot of muscle. Hey, muscles! We want a refund.
Should we have them bring what they're claiming to be the broken merchandise?
They had said,
Yeah.
what's it called? Like, it was mostly, oh yeah, actually, you could ask them if you want. That makes sense.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah,
you
we need
guys
something to
have
compare.
shoddy merch? If you guys have shoddy merch, bring it. I gotta see it. Cause how can we make it right if we don't have it?
So they start shouting out what's it called? Weapons that they've had that break. What are your guys' weapon trainings?
Grit is trained in all martials. And is trained and almost at master level.
Nice.
Mhm.
Well, between the lot of you, you would notice every weapon they list off actually would fall under the martial weapon category.
Oh, no advanced weapons.
No advanced weapons, no simple weapons either. So like no daggers, no things. It's all like long swords and actual martial weapons.
All the military grade weaponry. Okay.
Nothing crazy exciting though.
No, nothing super.
So,
Yeah, I think I'm trained with the both the
I'm
simple
assuming
ones.
they're breaking during service.
Sorry, what do you say, Keith?
Are they breaking in service?
Just routine use. We've used weapons like this for generations, decades and decades. These break in just a usual amount of stuff, maybe enough wear that would dull a blade. We're having our weapons snap in half. I'm needing. At the point I should be looking for a whetstone, I'm looking for a replacement, and that's just not the dwarven way. And you hear, yeah, not the dwarven way.
Grit agrees. Grit nods. I agree. But I need to see this because, I mean, have these people failed you? For generations, they've done you well from what I've heard, right?
Some of them say, yeah, it's just recently they started using cheap material or trying to save steel. I don't know what they're doing. Trying to make a buck at our expense.
I don't know. They were honorable before. May there be sabotage.
The group behind you moves forward. Might be best we handle this in the House of Oaths before we end up with more rioting. If you could just make sure they don't clobber us on the way.
Yeah. Trust that. They will either prove their innocence or be on display for failure. But probably success. It'll be good.
One way or the other.
So are they making way for us or?
Yeah, they'll move out of the way.
Sweet. Okay.
Do you say anything to the people behind you? Come out carrying a whole assortment of different weaponry.
Like, don't worry, friends. We're going to display your awesome wares and show them to the capability that they possess.
All right.
Powerful neutral statements.
Well, you guys are actually led back to the Temple of Coals that you guys had just been in, and sure enough, to that same large room with this large stone table and many chairs. The priests in the area, don't get in the way, watching and speaking. Actually asking if they can be in of assistance. The rioters moving in behind you. Luckily, there's no attacks made on Keldra or people, but you hear shouts of, "Yes, into the House of Oaths! God the Oath Keeper, let these criminals know what they did wrong." As some of the clerics attempt to calm them.
People, please remember, this is a house to be respected as well. Your anger is respected, but important house.
Make one more diplomacy check, Key.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They switch from loud yelling to disgruntled mumbling. And once you're in, with noticeable pride, met with obvious disdain, Keldar and her two people begin laying out all their weapons across the large stone table.
Okay.
They all look like they are really well-made dwarven metal. What are you guys doing?
First and foremost, Grit is going to cast Detect Magic on the table and inspect to see, first off, if there's any, dwemmers of any sort.
What's everyone else doing? Grit's kind of in front and center.
I mean, I'm trained with crafting, so I can help with analyzing the weapons,
All right.
comparing the broken ones with the other ones.
Craft check would be applicable. Anyone who has craft. If you don't have craft, you could attempt like a perception or anything else you could think of.
My perception is better than my craft.
I would. You can make, if you have craft and perception, you can make both.
Oh.
That will be nice. Everyone roll your rolls.
Both.
All right. All right. Well, as you guys look over it, one thing is very clear. They all have the marking of the same smith. Marking that they are all made by the same blacksmith as you look over them. However, as you guys look through the martial weapons, the group of you begin to notice some abnormalities. One of you noticed that there are actual small flaws in the weapon's construction that would not immediately, but with a moderate amount of use, lead to the weapon's failure. And one of you actually pinpoints that while they're all marked as being made by the same smith, on some of them that are faulty, the smithing method, the brush strokes, if you will, are different, meaning it was likely made by a different smith than the others. Flynn, you know it would be actually a far too easy task for you to break one of these weapons. You broke weapons before. These ones, a lot of them are just the little flaws in it would make it very easy to break after a few dozen swings. Way less than a weapon like this should require.
These are the weapons they brought, or the weapons that were made?
The weapons that were brought by the guild, that what she's actually using to try to prove her name.
So we're seeing like obvious differences between,
No, nothing about this is obvious.
or not obvious differences, but from our point of view, we're noticing differences between the quality stuff and the shoddy stuff.
I was like, obvious no. DC 35 differences? Yeah.
Okay.
It is just, as you look over them, you notice there's tiny flaws in it, and just one of you was able to point out that you noticed that while they're all marked as being made from the same smith, the faulty ones are actually likely made by a different smith.
So these ones are probably forgeries then, right?
Calder looks up.
Imposter.
Forgeries? None of my stuff should be forgeries.
Ooh,
What are you
Whose
talking
mark is
about?
this? Whose mark is this?
who retrieved this?
Let's see. I mean,
The mark of the beast.
we craft them. We put our seal. What's it called? I put my seal on it, and I hang them up for display. Window. Oh, computer was sleepy.
Oh, no.
Am I still here? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What do you? She doesn't seem to know what you're talking about.
The craftsman mark, the blacksmith marks.
Yeah, this is my guild. What's it called? I make these myself.
Hold on, stop.
Well, then
The mark isn't the important thing here. I mean, it kind of is, but there's
I thought it was like
differences.
the individual smiths mark their stuff. That's how I interpreted it. But okay.
No.
I mean, they are, and I've made each one of these weapons.
Yes, but
But you clearly didn't.
This was pointed out by someone else, because your maker's mark is there, but I mean, so my friend pointed this out, and we guide. You're a professional. Look at this. Did you make this?
She's like, of course, and she starts looking at. And there was a moment of pause, and you see anger as she slams the sword on the edge of the table and snaps it. What is this garbage? This isn't my stuff, but that's my mark. As you begin, what other ones are like that? And she starts scurrying through the weapons.
Everything of this of military caliber.
She begins looking through and in a flurry begins snapping the weapons, eventually reaching a more simple axe on the table and looking at it and just saying, I don't make garbage, and hitting the table again and again and again until the table starts chipping away. Dropping the axe, which actually still manages to keep abate at this point. And sits down, just her hands on her head. These aren't mine.
Someone's been tampering with your supply line. Sabotage.
Well, someone's been putting in false, have created stuff with your symbol and putting it into your stock.
Not only that, but they've clearly been stealing it, because otherwise you would have noticed the inventory adjustment.
Is there someone that has access to your stock besides you?
None that I know of, only my guild. But I mean, everyone in my guild is trustworthy. I'd have the head of anyone who tried this. And she'd look at her two people who both nodded, was it us? And yeah. She almost growls looking back at you guys before looking at the group and taking a breath. All of you, once this is over, line up, bring your order documentation. I will make sure you receive every copper back. You have my apologies for whatever sham is being ran here. The Ambassadors Guild. I, Kelda Halrig, do not make this trash, and it should not have my name on it. She sits back, obviously heated and emotional. Go ahead.
Can I turn to some of the people that brought their broken stuff? How long ago did you receive your orders and they broke?
You guys begin hearing 4 days, 6 days, 5 days, 3 days, all looking to be within the last week or so.
A lot of stuff seems to be happening next week. How
Good,
hard would
let's,
it be to copy or steal the mark? Did you have a mark go missing at all?
No, I have a stamp I use, as any good blacksmith does, to mark it as mine.
But
Has anybody been given access to your stamp?
I do all the stamping myself. I admit I haven't been in the habit of locking everything and, worrying about forgeries but I'll be locking things up from today on after I go through the rest of my shop and snap every piece of cheap imitation that's in my ware. Should be easy enough. Hit on a boulder. If it doesn't last, it's not mine.
should we try to? We have not done you a service yet, and we are going to investigate this.
That was going to be my next question. If you could find out who did this and bring them to justice, we could make sure the coins that were wasted by our merchants come out of his pocket, not mine, along with the cost of all these. Then she points at all the scraps of weapons she had just went through berserk on.
This dishonesty will not stand.
No, from player point, is this a matter of it's just shitty smithing, or is it a matter of it's shitty material and shitty smithing?
From what you guys work together on this rather than having you guys individually do it.
Yeah.
You guys know the material's fine, and honestly, yeah, it's just shitty smithing. You guys know on like the day-to-day use, like what's it called? It would probably take weeks, maybe months to even notice some of these flaws. But it is apparent by Kelda's mentality that she holds her weapon to a extremely high quality.
Yeah.
So, like from a crafter standpoint, it would look like there was literally intentional like tempering flaws that would cause these to break.
Yeah, almost like this. Okay, you guys are actually trained in craft. There were little steps that were cut, little corners that were cut. It wasn't tempered at the right temperature. It wasn't heated up to the right temperature. They were a little bit rushed. They're not like Walmart quality, but you could see they cut.
Harbor
Yeah. They aren't something you can pick up and just snap easily with your hand like toys. But again, after like 100 or so impacts, these things would break. And that's way less than they should.
Step by step, can you walk me through your production cycle? Or kind of?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be making a lot of replacements for this trash. It ain't a quick task, though. Even a small blade could take me at least a day.
No, of course. But what I mean to say is, when working on this, are there folks that say work specific? From what we were seeing, it looks like the tempering has been failed on these.
I mean, it ain't just she looks at it. It's just the tempering. There's areas you need to make sure the steel gets reinforced, otherwise this happens. They skipped that. There's tempering areas. They skipped that. You need to make sure you heat it till the metal is white hot and really able to flow like you do molten metal, a proper weapon. But these guys are maybe getting this, hot enough to bend with a hammer.
Yeah.
They knew looks like they knew what their weapon's supposed to look like, but not the art it takes to get there. I mean,
would you say then these were made, well, intentionally shoddy, but made to look good?
God, it's hard to say.
Grit,
why would you?
Grit, if I could actually look hard at the maker's mark, is it complex enough that it would be hard to forge?
Difficult, but not impossible.
Okay.
And She's like, if I'm honest, these things have been sitting up on my, shelves for the better part of a week, at least. Who knows, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And at a glance, I couldn't tell they weren't mine. And I've made thousands and thousands of weapons.
Grid nods.
But why would you go into all this work to come into my place, make imitations of my stuff for me to sell and me to make coin on, even though I have to return it all?
To be honest, this feels more like they wanted to make sure any fighters were sabotaged in their efforts to defend themselves or protect, if it was mainly the military grade weapons that were affected and not the smaller ones. It seems more like they were just intent on sabotaging the military rather than every day.
Think they're in league with the dead outside the walls or something like that? I mean, we don't get a lot of ruffians in the city, and we do. Well, let's hope we don't have to pull out a halberd or the like to sabotage them, or to stop the issue. But yeah, she looks at it. My daggers are fine. Yeah, just the long swords, the halberds.
It's also
How much? Oh, sorry. Please go, Jiran.
It's just all I would bring up is it's also a nature not of the weapons that you see before you, but the weapons that you don't see before you. Perhaps it's not a matter of sabotaging your wares, but ensuring that the ones going missing are never searched for.
Yeah, I feel that's it. Give shoddy weapons here and then take the good ones elsewhere.
Besides that, attacking your name would be of value. How many other weapons are supplied? How many other real suppliers of weaponry are around here?
What's it called? We do the overwhelming amount of forging, at least for the vendors that come through. The vendors who are quieter, especially after Kelda's rage, nodded. Yeah, for decades we come to the Ambulance Guild, we pick up what they have to trade, and we take it out to trade it, whether it's in the walls or outside of it.
And something here is made to attack, not just... Grit kind of turns to the group. I feel like someone's trying to split the ties of people around here, kill the trust. This is too much. This is more than just people attacked your name. They changed they've taken your maker's mark.
Keep everybody distracted, fighting against the guilds and maybe even guilds against each other if you supply things for others so that you are distracted.
It's the name of the city. They supply the goods of the city's goods and trade wares outside the city too. The cities lately, I don't know. Sorry, thinking aloud. The other cities we were at lately also have been... I have my suspicions.
Where thanks to Grit, this definitely has their fucking grubby fingers all over it.
Everywhere. Red-handed. Red hands are everywhere. Destabilizing the city, making it weaker. Both their defenders, an important magical defense rune taken. The walls are weak.
Potentially.
This place is being sabotaged. This place is being sabotaged and hard. Grit is not saying this out loud. This is definitely a Demoira, because goodness knows he's the magnitude of this is potentially panic-inducing, and he wants to. But yeah, the scale of it is actually becoming very clear to him. Okay. We're going to find out exactly what happened. If someone has access to your, if someone either forced access. Can you show me where you, so in your shop then, you pretty much should go from forge to shelf directly then.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So either then, is someone always in there, or when's the downtime?
Nights, we close up, lock up the shop like you would any other shop, and everyone goes home.
All right. Your guards shouldn't see me, but I'm going to be testing some locks. I'm letting you know respectfully.
Yeah. If someone's sneaking into my shop and replacing my wares with their own, anything you could find to figure that out.
Rit nods. I'm talented at this sort of thing. I'm going to see if whoever's been doing this is less talented and left a mark. Okay. We at least have a plan of attack on this. Rit looks to the others. What do you guys think?
I mean,
Grit actually kind of takes the others off to the side, kind of more quietly, and fills in his suspicions to the group at large that about the vulnerability of the city.
Well, if we assume this is a grander scheme, then helping the other guilds may shed more light upon the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody goes missing a week ago. A week ago, we start getting shoddy equipment. It's a little coincidental.
The public display of a fight so he can go missing?
Hmm.
If that is the case, then it would be best we speak with Olga as soon as possible.
Although the husband might just be one of several infiltrators. There was other infiltrators probably before him, setting other things in motion.
This is a giant puzzle. We're still gathering pieces.
Given what we dealt with before, there's no certainty that they're actually dwarves. The Rakshasa?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And honestly, just wizards in general. We know they have them. Okay. Let's help these them out a bit, but then also I say we find out what the other guilds want. The more puzzle pieces we have, I'm right. They're so far their needs are painting a picture.
Yeah. Let's get all the starting pieces we can, then work in. Always start from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Only psychopaths start a puzzle from the inside. What the hell?
Alright. Well, she's like, I'm gonna get these people back. I'm gonna give them their money. I'll lock up. And, well, if you need me, I'll either be in my shop or I'll be at whatever the closest drinking hole is. She says with a sigh, and they begin gathering up all the scraps and heading back. The people, the rioters comment on approaching you guys. Thank you. Looks like we're getting our refunds, though. I guess it was more complicated than we thought it was.
Russ, they have integrity. They'll make this right. And we're gonna find out who would want to smear that their good name.
They nod. Integrity Forge.
Mm-hmm.
And in a far more amiable case, both the rioters, the guild master, and her workers all head back towards the Antlers Guild.
Well, at least that didn't get a spiral out of control. That makes sense. I like dwarves.
It's a shame that the people of the city are victims as well.
Exactly. I feel these are far-reaching damages. They're calculated. They're relatively easier to implement.
They're that ready to turn that quickly. How long has other stuff been slowly just piling up behind the scenes? Either from just, living on the doorstep of Sagarok, or from other influences, inside or out.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
Yeah, a wizard of my level of my power, but more focus, could easily spend their resources changing out the supplies. But if done in a more traditional manner, I'll find it.
Well, you guys had lightly spoken to the Guild of Arms, but you guys didn't go into details about what his task was. You guys know that the Guild of Finery has some task in mind.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the Guild of
The Physics Guild said they didn't have anything they particularly needed, and you know the Mage Guild wants you to escort them. So go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was about to say then the nearest would be Guild of Arms from here.
Yeah, it's probably not too far. Same. It's gonna be kind of in the middle. Same with the Guild of Finery and Commerce. So whichever.
As long as nothing is directly in Lakeside, I'd say then let's head over to Commerce and fill in the gaps on this puzzle.
All right. So, getting to the Guild of Finery, as you walk in, it is impossible to miss Stosk Dolgener. Beyond the fact that he is by far the most well-dressed person here, he stands in a part of the room that, upon walking in, the various mirrors of the room all point back to him at different angles. As he is talking to another dwarf and seeming to design some overly gaudish and lavish outfit. Walking in, you've made it to me. How goes adventures and your lavish and beautiful clothing? He says, tipping his hat to Flynn and to Grit, who's pretty well dressed.
We're doing wonderful and coming to put ourselves at your service.
Excellent. Unfortunately, there are things that are outside my illustrious control. He would shoo away the dwarves he was working with and gesture for you guys to close the doors behind you. Well, it was just over a week ago, talking to my companion, or my fellow regent, a day before their little wandering traveler's disappearance. One of my own guild members actually disappeared. However, they left a letter behind. They had commented they'd been feeling very nauseated, that they are pregnant, and that's, not unheard of. And though, if I'm honest, well, she's not a married lass, and I thought that might have been an issue, something of shame or humility, whatever. And I had assumed the letter said that she was going to the physics guild and not to worry if she was gone a day or two. Perfectly understanding. However, after not seeing her for nearly a week, I'd gone to the physics guild to find that she had never arrived there, and I've not seen her since.
Troubling.
I've scrutinized both my own guild and the physics guild, but I've no reason to believe either is hiding anything.
So either your compatriot has chosen to disappear or foul play is afoot. Either way, I'm going to find an answer.
Does she have any ability to, like, do anything on your behalf? Like, get access to any areas that are strictly for regents and stuff as, like, a number one?
Unusual. She does most of my letter penning. So her leaving a letter was very much in character of her. And she's exquisite handwriting. But she doesn't have access to anything uniquely belonging to me or anything particularly hidden.
She's good at penmanship?
She is.
Has she ever had to sign your name for anything?
Oh, many a times. It is common practice.
Has anything changed about her in the last week?
The pregnancy pains seemed to be growing, but nothing unusual.
Where does she, do you know where she stays?
That, unfortunately, I am not privy to. Alas, when my workers leave to enjoy their evening, I wish them well and banish them from thought until the morning.
Oh shit. Actually good boss.
Then searching the locations between the two guilds would be a good call.
Lately, not just the last week, then the last months, have there been, would you call stranger activities?
Besides my missing Algret, and apparently the other guild's missing, or the Guild of Faith's missing visitor, I have seen little. Of course, the Carpentry Guild's paranoid of something or another, but she always is. If nothing was wrong, she'd be eerie that it was the eye of the storm.
Fair. How's business been?
Oh, fabulous. I make the best wares in the town, and everyone knows it.
Hmm.
And very many of our people, Algrid included, are also extremely talented seamstress, carvers, and the like.
And commerce, of course, has been good as well.
As regular as ever in Kovlar. I wouldn't call us some surface-dwelling metropolis, but we sustain ourselves very well here despite the circumstance of our living situation.
Okay. Just want to kind of get a groundscape. Seems to have been an odd week here.
If there's anything I could do to assist you in finding my guildmate, I would be happy to oblige.
Mm-hmm. If we have any pertinent questions, we'll be quick to ask. And in the meantime, we'll start our investigations. Does she have quarters around here that we can start as well?
I am uncertain. I'm sure she does, but she doesn't leave much here. The only thing I have left from her is the letter she left me.
Can we see that letter?
Of course. And sure enough, he walks out and gets the letter. He takes a moment to use a candle to open the wax seal, and pulls it away, opening it, blowing it out, and sliding the letter out. And here you are. And he would lay it on a table. And sure enough, it says that she'd been feeling extremely nauseated from the pregnancy. Go ahead.
Oh, I hadn't said anything.
No.
All right.
I was gonna just slide it over so Grit can look at it.
Of course, yeah. I'll start. As of course you described me, I'm looking it over and just really inspecting and giving it a good.
Who wishes to look at it can make a perception or a society check.
I don't got society.
Oh, sorry. A perception check. It should. Well, actually, no. Effectively, that would make sense.
Well, Grit, in his suspicious brain, is first going to look at the craftsmanship of it, seeing if it is a forged paper, like from a different area.
Yeah. You guys can all make society or perception checks, as mentioned. Looking at it, though the letter seems completely normal. Written as lovely as ever, penned well. You must excuse me, to preserve it, I made sure it was resealed and placed back as she had delivered it to me. And you guys look at it, the handwriting is exquisite, clean.
Do you have anything written by her from like months ago?
Oh, I have
paperwork.
Yeah, if I would. He would go through and pull out letter after letter after letter. It's like, see, if you guys look, her handwriting is perfect. However, most of you, upon looking at it, notice there are differences. Everything he provides secondary all match identically, but there are nuances in the brushstrokes and how the letters are written on this individual letter of her being sick that are slightly different than everything else on that she's written. I ask that you not memorize any of the pertinent information, though most of this should be pretty common knowledge.
So we all can tell that this is the most recent one.
Oh,
most recently,
And yes,
But not a magical one. You didn't sense any magic on it.
no magic.
Well, whoever wrote this one is not your missing person.
He would turn down the handwriting. You saying the missive she left me was not from Algret?
Yeah, I like point out the different, like, the slight differences in some of the lettering compared to older ones.
That is concerning. Why would one go to such a length to apprehend Agrit and then leave so weak a cover story? Surely they would not think I would let my pregnant employee go to the physics guild, disappear, and not check up on her.
Buy time, if nothing else.
If it is not outside your purview as those deputized by the regents, would you mind looking into where my guildmate has gone? This is unsettling.
Anything less than answers would unsettle us as well. We'll find out.
Very good. If there's any way I could be of assistance, please let me know. Looking at the letter and kind of the points that Lorelei pointed out, he seems to struggle a little bit with noticing all the details, but is obviously dismayed. And by the amount of content he has from her, she obviously puts a lot of work into the guild.
Hmm. Oh, wow. Let's go, I mean, and sort of having a look for in between where she disappeared as we head to our next spot. And if we find anything, you'll be the first to know.
Very good. Please bring her back to us safe if you can.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them. She is missing for two, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the most disturbing part.
And the last person you do not have the details of their adventure on is the Guild of Arms.
Right.
Who is also a little bit more towards the lakeside, so but it's the last one, so.
All right. We'll start heading there. And of course, assuming as we're heading on over and keeping our voices down, so assuming, of course, that the guildmaster himself didn't present the forgery himself in his covering, I'm feeling triad influence here.
100%.
What did we, because I can't really remember now, because it was like a few sessions ago, but how did people check out stuff at the library? Was it just they sign?
It was in a ledger book, but there was like a bunch of pages torn out around when that time would have been.
Yeah, it was 15 people, basically people who could check it out, and they had to sign the ledger and what item they were taking out. But yeah, part of the ledger's missing.
Okay, that's what I was asking about, because I was just wondering if it, like, yeah, maybe she got the thing out, the fake her.
You guys know that the runestone that disappeared 5 weeks ago, so about a month.
Okay.
Which is longer than all of these events that have been the last week or so.
The other thing that bothers me is we're hearing either destabilizing things, or now in this case, look, the triad use people. They're slavers. They literally use people. Having someone of their talents and skills to make forgeries, they work on a high political level. They almost destabilized the last major city we were in. So I'm seeing a pattern, and she's not being used for destabilizing this city. some of her talents can very much be used out elsewhere, being forced to forge documents.
Yeah.
Right.
He certainly
And
has those.
she has incentive just already on her, always.
Mm-hmm.
As you arrive at the Guild of Arms, the man you had met briefly before nods and waves you in. Happy you finally made it to me. I have a task that I would very much like to see your group investigate, if you will.
Mario quickly shoots to Grit. I swear to God, if it's another missing person.
So we've had a lot of things go missing recently.
A lot of people.
This is where communication really comes in handy. Because nobody's talking to each other.
He rolls out a large map of the city. I'm sure you could surmise that our primary water source here is here, and he points at the lake not far out from where they're at.
Makes sense.
However, it is not solely the water that is valuable. The lake is called Blue Crab Lake for the large quantity of blue crabs that rapidly populate the deep waters of it. And those crabs play a primary food source to Kovlar. Because of that, we have restricted access to anyone past the western store. Let the creatures and the fauna grow rapidly in the lake's depths, moving to the shore where we can then capture the excess. However, recently, their numbers have been declining, and declining sharply. A number of my people, who are fishers as well, volunteered to investigate. We got on a boat, they moved it deeper into the lake, and I have not had them return.
Well then. All right. We're gonna find them, or what happened. We're gonna find out the deeper mystery here. How long ago did you say it's been happening?
The decline's been going on for a few weeks, but my fishers, they disappeared about a week ago.
Okay.
Do these blue crabs have any ulterior purpose than, of course, the sustenance that they might provide?
No. Just say they're a primary food source here in Kovlar. We don't have a lot of natural reserves. I'm also worried about the fishers as well. I'm afraid to send others in, but you all seemed capable.
If you have a boat for us to rent, when we have we're gonna free up an investigation. We're gonna get in there.
When you are ready, I will escort you guys to the lake, give you a boat, and let the guards know you are permitted to head off the shore, which, as mentioned, is normally forbidden.
All right. We're going to make sure. All right. I look to the group. We need to consolidate our resources, get ourselves ready. Likely.
Take a nap.
If not, we need to regather ourselves. But soon, we will be back, and we will be ready to find out what has happened in this lake. We understand the urgency.
Excellent. If you could find my fisher, fishers, that's a priority. And I can point out, or I don't know exactly, but if you could find out what's becoming of all the blue crabs and why their spawning has declined so much, that would be valuable.
Grit looks to Lorelei. I feel certain we have ways to discern this.
Oh. You want me to ask right now?
No.
I'm trying to find a crab.
We'll make the time. But Grit, we are well equipped to figure this out.
I could just have a quick crab conversation.
Perfect.
Might get a little crabby.
Maybe it's the fish. Have you noticed anything suspicious about those crabs?
Lorelei might pin off more than she's asking for.
A beach.
I start learning about.
It's a violet crab.
I start learning about like the messed up fish and crab politics underwater.
The large civil war of Blue Crab Lake.
This one's just selling hamburgers.
Kill him! He's corrupted from the surface world. But the other side, they love the hamburgers.
For generations, we've done it this way, and they come to corrupt us.
It's scales versus shellfish.
They're all just big shellfish.
Everyone's a little bit shellfish.
With that, you guys have your various quests.
Was the physics one the one that the physics one was the one that was like, hey, there's some shit going on in the city?
The physics hill didn't have a task for you. They're good.
I think was it the magic one?
The magic
and
one,
the commerce one, the
I have
gold.
them all in order. So the amblers, you know, that's the messed up stuff. The carpenters is the walls. The coin is the missing runestone. The Guild of Arms is the Blue Crab Lake incident. The Gamblers Guild did not have a task for you specifically. The Finery Guild is the missing person. The Mage wants to see the gate. The Physics Guild does not have a task for you, and neither did the Stone Guild.
So, Grit definitely brings this up after he's away from the Guild of Arms. But yeah, we are. This is clearly a destabilized city. They have attacked their food, their weapon supplies, apparently their walls, if paranoia serves well. People are going missing. Yeah, they're important literacy people that could forge documents are disappearing. A powerful rune of anti-magic. No, this screams this place is about to be hit and hit hard. We got to figure this out fast.
Is the concern with her that she can forge documents, or that she actually has information as to the inner workings of their commerce?
I mean, potentially both. What she knows is one thing, but let's put it this way: with the right paperwork given to the right people, you could definitely just say, like, I'm not good at forging documents, but I definitely know what I'm good at lying. So someone else is able to lie on paper. You can get a lot done, especially when it comes to cities. Early Triad's already been messing up things between Nadal and what's that place called again?
Kintargo.
Kintargo.
Kintargo. Yeah.
Ravenel.
Yeah, having someone who can forge documents is instrumental in being able to stabilize these people.
I feel like they already have more than enough people capable of forgeries, though. So it's probably more the information in this case. So they've stolen information, they've stolen money, they've stolen magic, they're stealing food.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, this is a siege. They're getting ready. Looks like they're getting ready.
Yeah, apparently Sagarak Act 1 wasn't good enough. They want to reenact or bring about Act 2. Great.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. This place is about to get sieged, and it's not going to be any better if we don't figure it out.
Definitely need to make sure that wall is stable as hell, though.
Mm-hmm.
That was my suggestion. It was gonna be check the wall first before leaving for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
check the wall,
definitely.
check the lake. Taking anyone to the gate can wait until we are sure that it isn't going to get attacked the moment we're like 5 feet outside.
I agree, and honestly, as much as I want to check the gate, well, let's put it this way: if we want to bring some fishermen back alive, we might want to do that first.
Or at least second. But
One of the two. But yeah, well, that's I agree. That's my priority order. We'll find the missing people as we unfold this. But the people in the lake, well, they're either dead. Well, actually, no, they can be second. They're either dead or they're captured.
well,
And
what
if
if
they're
they
captured, they're likely not valuable enough to keep alive.
slaves?
Debatably worse.
I mean, it's the triad. It's what they do.
Everything for slavery.
Wicked men and women. Probably a technicolor in between. And we're gonna get them.
So what are the odds of them having like some sort of secret base on or under the lake?
Pretty high. They are. They seem to have already were working in the water areas over at the other place.
So you don't know is they built a bridge from one side to another, and they've built a base right in the middle.
It's actually like Bioshock underneath. Just a whole city.
Ah man. Yeah, if there's plasmids, Grit's definitely going to be a plasmid junkie.
Yay!
Keep him away from the bottom.
I can't wait to see Flynn chump a Big Daddy.
Suplex him.
Oh no!
Wrench jockey.
I can't wait for trains to be invented so Flynn can suplex that.
Oh man, no. What I love about the idea of the little sisters is Grit knows how to get splicers. He just needs to impersonate a little sister.
I'll go save them all. I gotta get that achievement.
Gotta save our little sisters.
If I impersonated a little sister well enough, do you think a Big Daddy or Rosie will protect me?
Maybe. With a good enough disguise and its deception. Walking around holding your hand.
We're getting some makeup. Little people, we have a way to hide as little sisters.
Come on, Mr.
Everyone else
Bubbles.
Bioshock is just a good series.
The only one
All
I
you gotta
haven't
do
played
is
is
say the
2.
magic words, and then they'll do what you want. Would you kindly, you know.
Would you kindly stop the triad?
Neil.
The Andrew Ryan scene is still one of my favorite scenes in all of gaming.
Oh yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Well, it is past
That's the
10.
secret.
We will be pausing there.
Okay.
But we'll be playing again next and every Monday.
Yay!
But it's super fun, and I'm all excited. And what's it called? Yeah, like story is unfolding, and yeah, it's like, oh shit, all the puzzle pieces seem to tangentially connect, and it spells a horrifying tapestry. We gotta hero this up, guys.
Everything is fine. We're not needed.
Who knows? It could be deeper than we even realize, or we could be completely missing something.
Eh,
Oh, yeah.
there's no Balrog yet.
I have a few player intuitions that I'm like, huh. But
Well,
I am the mystery. Like, Kintargo was fun, and I liked watching you guys try to figure out what the hell was going on there. But this is a whole like mini, like like those books that are a series of short stories. It's like that, and it's like, oh, it's wonderful.
oh yeah,
Mythology.
this is
Yeah.
this is what. Yeah, that was why Grit was trying to see the good before they left. I was like, I don't want to have to publicly and see them get embarrassed. And oh yeah, no, this is. Oh, that was not fortunate for them.
Yeah.
But it was also exposed publicly that it wasn't their stuff.
Yeah. True. And like we assured them, they had integrity. They handled it well. They promised the refunds. They saw it, and they are clearly. And we know it. They're being sabotaged. Someone's attacking their big name and making this city, well, ripe for attack.
Indeed.
We're heroes. We're gonna stop that. Yeah, guys, heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've decided I'm not gonna pick up Confabulator. As much as Grit would like the ability to just lie repeatedly, Confabulator relies on you failing your deception checks, and therefore not getting a penalty to future ones because they caught you in a lie. You can a legendary you get 0 penalty. So essentially, even if someone lies to you next time, they're technically not supposed to hold it against you that they caught you in a lie. And you can just keep lying to their face with less penalty until it becomes hostile. You don't get any penalty for further lies, which normally there is. It's like normally it's like 8 or something like that. It's pretty rough. But no, I want craft magic item. I'll be making scrolls and wands.
Be neat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty big city. Every what is it? Every like 5 squares, give or take, is 800 feet.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm excited. I love it when these adventure paths give us cities like this.
Uh-huh.
God, imagine if they just gave you the whole of Absalom.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's funny because looking at the Inner Seas guide and all the different things, it's like Absalom such. If you want to play a Minotaur, that's the area you come from. Minotaurs. Yeah, the amount. I'm looking at the Path Builder. There's been a few Minotaur rogue builds I've done, and they are hilarious.
Nice.
And funny enough, SAR, they do have a map of Absalom.
I mean, I believe it. Because that's where Agents of Edgewatch is.
Yeah, it is a big city.
That's awesome.
But at least from what I did of that, it's the first book at least seems fairly on rails. You could probably
There's
break
some
from that
rail-
easy though.
Yeah, this campaign's way more on rails than how I run it. I like the players being able to make decisions, kind of do what they want. I try to play up downtime until like people are done with stuff to do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's you guys having your freedom.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things that I didn't realize my feat does as a downtime activity. When learning spells, I can reduce the cost of learning spells by spending the downtime activity instead of making money. It's a use of reduction for buying the spell.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to start using downtime to go, well, Grit's researching.
Neat.
Oh, also while we're here, I'm definitely going to be buying the spell Bullhorn, and like, I can't remember what else it is. It's like personal orchestra, but they're like cantrips. Yeah. One of them makes it so you're constantly followed by a thematic theme song that matches more or less what you do. And the other one just makes it so you're fucking loud. Really loud. Like heard up to a mile loud at my caster level.
Damn.
Jeez.
Yeah, Grit might be a rogue, but the ability to make his presence known is absolutely... He likes either being invisible or you know where he is. The in-between, not as fun.
Probably fucking Jarlaxle.
Yeah.
My boots are either silent or loud as fuck.
Yep. You know, I didn't realize I'm very much playing a Jarlaxle rogue. I love it. I'll use every magic item, wear every weird esoteric thing. I'm flamboyant.
Anyway, I gotta get to bed before. I gotta make food before I get to bed. So I'll talk to y'all later.
Alright, see you
Hey,
later.
have a
Rest
wonderful
well.
night. It was good to be playing.
Adios.
And I'll say that you already know I probably won't be here for the next session. So
Yeah. Hopefully you can wrap up your World of Darkness thing quickly and then join us regularly.
Yeah.
yeah, just life things were kind of getting in the way with the storyteller. So like,
Yeah.
it's not making as much progress towards these last few sessions as we'd like. And then this was like a last minute cancellation. So, but yeah, so hopefully next Monday we can get quite a bit done.
Cool.
I hope you avoid Gehenna.
Take it over.
I don't know what that is.
It's a lair of hell.
Oh,
Okay.
in World of Darkness, Gehenna is the final nights. It is like the vampire apocalypse.
Okay.
Vampire Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Luckily, we're not in like a vampire-centered story. We're kind of in a. It's more of a mage-centered story, an awakened-centered story,
Ooh.
which is And
yeah, scary.
so we got lots of mages on our side, and then the other player has just awakened. So there's that.
Down with the technocracy.
But yeah, because since it's mummy themed, so a lot of the awakened that we're dealing with and what the personal plot is dealing with are the Egyptian gods are awakened that were just, they gave themselves titles of gods, or people thought they were gods because they're immortal and have magic powers. But yeah, so like
Very cool.
Dealing with like Ra and Horus and Anubis, Set, all that. And yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I hope you don't fight Kratos.
Look, but hey, my character, Ra's in love with her, so there's that. So, like, she's feeling pretty protected. She's got an ancient god / awakened. She's got vampires. She's got werewolves. She's got other awakened. She's good, even though she's human.
So, what's it called? Assuming you can't make it tomorrow, I will probably put your character in a state where I can have them out until you are done with your World of Darkness, Kate, and then whenever you are done and free to continue, just let me know and I can write them into a point where I can pull them back in easily. Does that work?
Sorry, are you just gonna have them just like blink out of existence?
No.
And...
what's it called? Like, if you're gonna be, kind of want to like bring him back and then have him go away and come back and come away, go away. I'll probably integrate it into story. So, I have a couple things in mind. So I'll probably take one of those avenues, and then just whenever you can get back to play all the time, we can go from there. If that
Okay,
works.
so yeah, we have like a story thing to be like, okay, this is why, and she's gone for now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's simple enough. There are a lot of people disappearing already. I can weave this right in, and I have actually a couple different avenues to do so.
Oh no, I'm gonna get kidnapped.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
What about my kitty? Take care of my kitty.
What's it
Compelling
called?
narrative.
At first, I said, "What about my kidney?"
Please don't take me to Candyman.
Do you have any rough idea how many weeks you think it'll be?
Well, ideally she wanted to finish this month, but then we've had some setbacks, so it might be, maybe second half of January. We'll
Okay,
see.
yeah, no problem. What's it called? Yeah, I'll just have you on standby until you're gonna be back, and just let me know when you can be, and I will have you set up to come back in.
Okay. And yeah, and then let me know whatever you decide to go with for what happened to me.
Right.
Right, man.
Part of it will be like, I mean, if you're thinking 6 weeks, it'll kind of steward me a specific direction.
Yeah, that's like the giving a little extra time because I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Because the last few sessions that we were able to do, we didn't make as much progress as we would like, so that's why hopefully we can get back on track and start really getting somewhere
Cool.
for this endgame stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, I could have you. I mean, realistically, till like the better end of the book, but I'd rather have you in because, I mean, it pretty much sounds like you're gonna definitely be out for the whole crab thing.
No!
Crab battle.
What it is.
I want to talk to crabs!
Yeah.
They overheard us saying that we have a way to talk to crabs.
Mm-hmm. Not them.
Just proxy me talking to crabs for a bit before you take me out.
Sorry, you're out.
Bow, 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 bow.
Oh, I wanted to talk to the fishies and the crabs.
What's it called?
Not our crab talker.
Yeah, just like that. Just keep me informed, and I'll be eager to get you back. If for whatever reason you can't play next week, I can postpone what I have planned, and you could be in for next week. But just let me know.
Okay, sounds good. But I'm gonna head out though, so have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
I'll be back in 2 seconds, and I'll be awake for a little while. If anyone wants to do anything, I just have to throw some trash away, get some more water. BRB.
I'm gonna go mute myself and wrap up stream, and then I'll be RB.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
See you later.
That's a good one.
Okay, let me hop over to here quick. But yeah, that was our Pathfinder shenanigans for the night. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. The words things brain just decided to leak out my ear. That's fun. Yeah. Pathfinder shenanigans. Hope you all enjoyed. I swear I had more for that, but damned if I can remember. Link in chat for community Discord. Is there a pressure to join? Best way to know when I go live. Be back tomorrow with Code doing some Outward. And yeah, hopefully see you all then. Raid. In the meantime, I'm going to send you all over to my friend Rabbit Dance. As always, she's working on her webcomic. And yeah. Thank you all so much for being here and hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the game. Yeah. Hope I see you all tomorrow. Until then, remember it's okay to not be okay. Take care of your friends, families, loved ones, as much as you can. Love your pets as much as you can while you still can. And don't forget to take care of yourselves. And yeah, have a great rest of your night. Bye.